Good morning, everyone, and welcome on in. Good morning, RJ and Sean. How are you doing? And Sean has hit the 10 gym bag, which does mean you can pick a new shiny for the scroll. It is not a legendary if you would like. There is also random numbers as well. As we put a little poll in the Discord, Radar won, which surprised me a little bit. So we're going to go over here. I've looked up some targets, and I found one that could be quite interesting, and that is Togepi. So I think that can do for today. We will have to find a proper date for the Mario Kart stream. I know I mentioned yesterday about doing it on the TwitchCon weekend. Wooloo could be added. Perfect. That fits in perfectly for that Sword and Shield Professor Oak's Shiny Challenge as well. So thank you. They all count. Like, at the end of the day, because I'm going to probably build dexes in most games as well, it works perfectly. And that is your 5th badge. Good morning, or good time zone to you. Yeah, I saw this little Togepi. There's a pivot there. If we get Gloom or Oddish, I might go for that first. I'm not completely sure. So we'll see what we get. But we have to figure out when we're going to do this Mario Kart stream. So as I said, I was going to do it on the TwitchCon weekend. But then I realised that, well, we could do it on the Sunday. But I'm out on the Saturday. And I completely forgot about that. Or we just pivot and do it anyway today. It's kind of up to everyone else, really. I do think it will be a weekend, though. I think weekends are the best for it. But I guess we'll have to figure that out, right? I did go and steal all the rich people's money again today. So that was a thing. But shh, just don't tell anyone else, okay? Don't tell anyone. Because like Mario Kart might be quite good to do after Radar or Madar, which I personally think will be the week before TwitchCon. But I don't know exactly if it will be. Right, let's get this then. This should now be Togepi Land. Should I throw down the save? Yeah, we'll throw down the save. We'll start the timer once we get the first Togepi. A Floatzel? We don't want you. We don't want a Floatzel, right? What are we going to do with this thing? I've got to remember to actually use the D-pad more than the actual analog stick, just to get in a bit of proper grass. No, not you. Not you, Floatzel. You're not what we came for. We are here for the eggs. We need those eggs. I will also say I have done a bit of tweaking on some of the mic. So if it does sound a little bit different, I hope it sounds better. More than anything else. Okay, are we sure that there's more than Floatzel here? Are we sure? Do I have to research this some more? Because all I've seen so far is... Okay, we got Weeping Bell. Not the one we want. So if there is something that is on the Scroll of Destiny, I might just go for that first. I will be honest. I want to get a few done. Like, the thing I picked Togepi is because I'm pretty sure we've got Togepi and Togekiss on there, so why not go for both? Right? Not you again. Not you, Floatzer. And I think Floats will be awkward to catch as well, so we'll worry about Floatzer another day. Because like, eventually the goal is to get everything that is in Radar shiny. So that is one of the goals. Oh, we got Golduck. Should we go for that? Good morning, Rick. How are we doing? I would like to get the Togepi, I would be honest, but we'll save Huxley the embarrassment of seeing Golduck live on stream. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, we were going to try some Mario Kart today, but I found out a lot of people were away or out and about today, so I thought, why not? Let's do this. Okay, I'm going to go for Gloom. You know what? We're going to go for Gloom. Yeah. If we break the chain, we break the chain early. It's not the end of the world, right? Right? We'll just pretend Togepi isn't there. We're bound to break the chain. We know this. We've seen this happen a lot. It would be funny if we instantly got the shiny, though. That would be funny. Now we've got to start being more careful and not just running into everything. Should we do one of these, like, proper hunts where we go a bit extreme and go to, like, 30 on it? Would that be sensible? I will point out I did save before we did any radar, so I can just close up the game. As always. I think everyone will get confused if we're hunting for Gloom, but whatever. Sometimes you've just got to go with something that works. And it is in the Shiny League, right? It's Grass and Water Week. So I might as well try and get another point while I've got the opportunity. But do you have any big hunts planned, Rick, this weekend? Are you going to try and finish off the pavilions that I know you've been working on slowly but surely? If I could ever get Go to actually work with my Scarlet save, or Violet save, I would do them. But for some reason, however many times I try to connect it, it just goes, nope, don't like you today. And I get more annoyed than it's worth. I kind of wish you could breed them down or such, so if you've got them... You're on a walk right now, okay. Yeah, I kind of wish you could breed them down, if that makes sense. And get the Scatterbug that would become whichever version it is. I heard you got another shiny legend in Fire. Another one, RJ. Which one this time? And as we know, we can't really do that. Mewtwo, very nice. Congratulations. GG. Does that mean you've got all of them? I've been walking for 4.5 hours. Wow. You do go for... Is that... Do you do, like, designated routes, or is it just doing Pokemon Go as such, if that makes sense? I wish I would do more, but the most I've ever done is like an hour on it. I'm one of those lazy Go players where I pretty much just go for the basics and then do the spin a few stops, catch a few Pokemon and leave. Not yet. The Kanto Bird and Ho is another one I plan to go for. Okay. Training for a walking event in the summer. I'm not playing Go right. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That makes sense. I know that we do have someone in here who does a lot of walking for Go as well. Oh, Jim's trying to break everything again. You sure you're trying to break it all? Yep, you've been trying to break them all. Well, maybe I will make them more expensive. You'll probably do another route with free phones. I hope of getting the other free forms. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Perfect. But how are you, Gem? 61 badges as well. I think you broke the alerts. Not gonna lie. But we won't go there. I know this is a weird looking Togepi. I'm gonna be honest. But it does count for Booster Thursday. It's worth more points, Gloom. It was actually going to be my original target for today, but I thought Togepi was more common here. But I thought we'll just get something grass type, something for Booster Thursday, and something that is needed in the Dex 2026 and in my Living Form Dex. And everything ticks the boxes. So that is where we are. I'm in the middle of trying to get the Go Pass thing complete. I'm at about level 75. So I can actually finally get Entei. So I'm guessing it'll be Suicune next month. Hopefully. I'm in the middle of finally doing the Celebi. Okay, that broke it. So we're not doing Gloom then. I don't really mind too much. We only caught like 5 or 6. So we'll try again. If we get Togepi, we'll go Togepi. Okay, we're back to the Glooms again. We'll try Gloom again. Why not? We'll keep going for the Gloom. And we'll see if we can... No, you're going to be awkward, are you, sir? Very awkward. Moonblast. What are we doing? Dynamax Adventures? And you've weakened me. I don't like that. We might just stick with the repeat balls then. I don't want to get destroyed by it. Okay, what is this? Gloom. Excuse me? Why are you so strong? All the rest just went straight in the bowl. How about you? What is with this one? Excuse me? Where did this uncatchable Gloom suddenly appear from? This is what happens when you don't get a false swiper. Which I probably could have done many times, because we've got so many in Sword and Shield. Excuse me? Excuse me? Gloom? What? Stay in the bowl, please. We don't want you to knock out the giraffe egg. I was not expecting that much trouble. Really was not. This has usually been... Wow. I will need to give you some health. Now won't I? Luckily we got loads, and I think if this one breaks, it's when we reset. So I'm hoping we don't use too much. But we'll get there, we'll get there. This will go much smoother. We want to get this one. Are you going to be a friendly one? Wait, why has the PCG not come through? Oh, it'll come through in a minute. Hello, Trev. How are we doing today? Number 5 on the badges. Very nice. GG. We had our little vote, and this ended up winning, just about. So, it was actually quite a close vote on the poll, wasn't it? There was 4-3-3. I'm kind of glad the Professor Oaks challenge didn't win, because I want to start that next Saturday. That is the plan. Yes, I know it looks like we're going for Togepi, but I don't mind going for Gloom as well. They're both in the same spot, as far as I can tell, so we'll try this. See how it goes. It says Togepi's route 2-0 for it, 230, so... We'll see if we can get it eventually, if this keeps breaking. Like, we've broken one Gloom already, so... Have you done much radar in the past? Like, we know we're pretty good at radar. Like, we've got used to it. Never got one shiny from it. His streak 30 is hard. The I only tend to go to the 17. That's what I've been told by most people. If you go to 17, that's like the safe number. The only reason we've got one that hit 42 is we got a shiny, and so I'm in a shiny league, and like the rule is if you get a shiny, you have to break the chain. So instead of breaking the chain, we decided to see how far we could push it, and we got to 41, so we decided to stick with it. There is an event Mantai in the chat. Yeah, so you can see we've hit a 42 here. Because we thought we would just keep pushing it. As soon as we hit 41, we decided to actually just do the reset to see if we could get the second shiny, and we did, and we still didn't break it. It was really funny. But most people say sort of aim for your 17, and even if you do like an hour of running around doing nothing, it's better than rebuilding a chain at the end of the day. I'm not enjoying going for Gloom, I'm going to be honest. It's too, let's get out of the ball attitude. But we've started now. Let's get back. Okay, be careful, be careful. Do the money. Oh, what's happening here? For the money on this game, use Persian. No, there's a rich couple you can battle with the versus radar, versus seeker. Oh, of course I get an egg. I can show you on the map where to go, but I can't go there right now. If that's okay. I've got the amulet coin on this giraffe egg as well. Let's just show you on the map where the best place to go. Right, I'm just going to go and stand up here because I'm going to go for that one. I want some safety. So if you go to Hard Home City. Hello, Pokey Girl. Welcome in. How are you doing? Age of the Pokemon, and you've got a Master Ball. Very nice, very nice. So if you go to Heart Home and head down here towards the Trophy Garden, there should be a rich couple standing opposite each other. If you do the Versus Seeker on them, they give you 16,000 each for a rematch. So you can get 32,000. So it's brilliant. I am doing good. Good to hear you are well. Welcome into our Switch 2 challenge. So basically you trigger it, do the battles, and then you've got to do 100 steps and come back and do it again. Sometimes it will say they don't want a battle, sometimes both will want a battle, sometimes one. It could be very annoying. But that's what I've done for my money. That's why we've got 999 repels when we started. And we got like 500 quick and repeat balls. But I also don't save like this. This is a perfect example. We haven't used much. We've got that many glooms. It's not the end of the world. But we've used, what, 4 repels and a few of these. So there's not really too much, but I am going to reset. How one-time chain broke. But thank you for the follow. The chain broke. The chain can break. It's 9%, I believe, it can break even if you do everything right. It's just one of those horrible things. But thank you for the follow. Welcome into our Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex Challenge. Where we are trying to get a Living Dex from scratch on all of the games. We're at 267. And we're going to be starting some more challenges in May. You can collect daily gym badges, which will help pick things for the big scroll along the bottom. The first 10. Then 20, then after 20 it's 40, 60, 100, etc. Every 50 you get to add a legend to that list. And every 25 you get to pick something that could appear on screen if mentioned in chat. I reset just to get all my items back, basically. So you want to switch autosave off if you're doing radar. So the main reason you sort of set this up is if you have hit the chain of 19, you are literally going to be doing this and pressing the button. So you're going to use up all your repels, and then you've got to buy more, which can be a little bit annoying. So if you don't get the shiny, you probably don't want the rest of what you're doing. So that's kind of why you sort of switch everything off. Golduck. Shall we do a Golduck one for funsies? Shall we? Shall we do a Golduck for funsies? It's almost like you heard that from across the country and ran to the computer to put no in the chat. That's what it feels like. But how are we doing today? So when you're doing this, you kind of want to do the 4 steps away. And that gives you the best chance of it not breaking. So that's pretty much all you do. If it breaks, it breaks. It can be very frustrating. We've seen it ourselves. The big thing to always make sure is you're paying attention to where the 4 patches of grass are. This is actually a lovely patch of grass because you can see it all. Sometimes there are some with trees and you can't quite see behind it. Did that across the edge. But yeah, I don't really know. I'm just seeing if we can get something to click at the moment. Like the glooms are broken twice. We did have to add Golduck to the list yesterday, so why not? See, that was 2 and it broke. I didn't do anything wrong. They were 2 away and it broke. So The reality is I didn't really use enough to worry about anything. I've used one repel and one ball, but it's not really the end of the world, so I can just start again. But this one, as I say, is like one of the better ones to do it for. Maybe we will actually find this Togepi. Bellsprout? That did get added to the list, didn't it? See, this area is a place I feel like I'm going to spend a lot of time around. To be honest. So we'll see. Did you see what I put in your Discord as well this morning, Huxley? You can follow along with Groovy Rick, who is also a fellow shiny hunter, another member of the Secret Santa Brigade that we did a little special shiny hunt for. Does do a lot of different shiny hunting, and I have seen a bit of Ranger over there too, so if you want to see what happens, feel free to follow along and see if you can help support the shiny hunts. We finally have the Togepi, so I'm going to actually press yes to the start. Right. And I don't know whether you saw the wrestling news that broke overnight as well, Huxley. That was one. Togepi broke on a chain of one. That came from... you've probably seen Titney, haven't you, around? Have you seen Titney from Neil's stream quite a lot? Yeah, he was at a wedding, and that Psyduck one. There was also a Squirtle one as well, but I thought you wouldn't care about the Squirtle one. I thought I would share it in yours because a couple of people were Neil's are in mine, so it would make more sense if I just shared it to you. I didn't want to message you at like 7:30 in the morning. All the noises. And there is a Mrs. Astro and a Bree with 110 badges. Welcome in, everybody. How are we all doing today? About the releases, yes. I was also asking Huxley if he saw that as well. Yeah, they've released like 20 people. So basically, the whole Wired 6 is gone. Kairi Sane, Alistair Black, Zelina Vega, the Motor Shelly Machine Guns, and Good Morning Brie, Alba Fire, and a few of the NXT ones. Which the NXT ones are understandable because they're in like a progression program. And Apollo Crews, I think. I think that's the list. I put it in the wrestling chat in Discord. I'm glad Mrs. Astro found it as well. I am willing to lose sleep over Radar. Good. We were going to go for Golduck for a while. I literally said, let's catch this Golduck, and Huxley appeared in the chat. Like, I summoned him. Right. And we'll go for this one. I'm just trying to be a bit cautious, because we've broken a few chains. But yeah, that's what we're after. So yeah, there was quite a few surprise ones, and Zelina Vega's had a little dig at Sean Rossap on Twitch. I think on Twitch. champ or something to Alistair Weird's name. She's Alistair Black's real life wife. uh, but she was champ. I think the problem was they should have made her champ because she was popular, was kicking up a bit of a storm. The thing is, there's a lot of... I personally think, especially at the moment, they are misusing the mid-card women's titles. I've said it so many times. I don't think Becky and AJ should have been fighting for that. That should not be a person of Becky's caliber going for the Intercontinental title. Good morning, Bradlow. How are we doing today? We're trying some radar. Again. Oh, we can also follow along with a Huxley Rocks, the Cider #1 fan, I think, who does do some Pokopia, building a paradise for his favourite Pokemon, a horrendous area for his least favourite Pokemon, might cry when Golduck spawns as well. Also has been working his way through BDSP to Master Radar and soft resetting, and also has a video shop filled with Dodgy Dave's special videos. A palace for Golduck. Exactly. Exactly. Doing no shiny again, but I will set up a Charmander side hunt. So my ZCC file on ZA. Now I will also hunt Scraggy early game. I'm not quite sure what a ZCC is, but yeah, the White 6, like the whole lot is a bit surprising. Oh yeah, there's Acorn. Okay. And is he still at not fighting the first Mega, right? If I'm not mistaken. Damn you, Togepi. Damn you, Togepi. How many times can they fight over a lamp? Yeah, they didn't really know how to book the Wired 6. I'm not sure where they are. Rank Wired Lead. Okay, I think it's X before you do one of them. But there is a more Pecco in the chat. So it won't reset now. Did you have a spider with you at the time? Is that what you were doing? Carrying around a pet spider? So you know that you'll get that Charmander when you're not streaming, right? I remember when they did a show in my town, one of like these general house shows, like we used to help supply when they were doing it, and the lady who used to run it came in and just saying how big most of the wrestlers were. Couldn't believe how tall they were, and I'm pretty sure they were talking about Rowan and his beard, because it's a glorious beard, wasn't it? I think a few people need to check some facts, but a few of these people might have just signed 1-year contracts or 2-year contracts, and their contracts might be up within the next couple of months. And it's like, instead of you coming on the road, go and rest up. Like, we won't be using you, sort of thing. I think they said Alistair Black debuted like a year ago to the day. So, okay, what is this? Why am I not doing well on radar today? No, we don't want this. We don't want it. But most importantly, Mrs. Astro, is Baby Astro doing better today? That's the important one. And are we going to teach Bree to become the radar master? I don't know, but we're managing. Okay. And aren't you all going on? Aren't you all going on an adventure, or is it just Mr. Astro? This seems like much more radar-friendly area. Yes. Okay. That's sad to hear. I was going to say, who I know one other person that you were going to meet. Was it many of the others? And there was also a Rob. Hello, Rob. How are we doing? Yeah, this is sort of like your dream sort of area for radar. But you can also follow a Bradlow Jansen, who has spent 7 years, 2 months, 6 months, maybe 7 days, looking for a Flababy, which finally appeared the other day. So we completed the Secret Santa, but does do shiny hunting in a range of games, including Fire Red Leaf Green. Also a little bit in ZA, but some SOS Hunt, X and Y, and maybe some Mario Kart along the way. So you can see what he gets up to over there. I am good. I'm getting annoyed by Togepi. Baby, yes. We actually pretty much finished Secret Santa. At the moment, yeah. So it would have been Luna, Solar Ben, and Ida. Okay. So was that much travelling for you? Were they coming to you, or were you going to them? The funny thing is, he's going to keep going for Flababy for next year for someone. So get a second one. We've been going to them, so 2.5. Okay, that's a bit more understandable, because if she isn't well, the last thing you want to be doing is that far travelling at the end of the day. But what you can do is you could put on that bright blue Everton kit and start cheering for the Toffees like mad today for me. Because I have to cheer for them. After all the other teams have suddenly turned into Barcelona at the bottom of the table. Today I might be. One of my friends is a Toffee family. I said, like, I've got a very weird selection of football fan friends. I've got a family that's both Everton. I've got Liverpool, Chelsea, West Ham, United, the local team. Then mine. Then we got Arsenal. So we've got a bit of everything. But you are playing West Ham today, so we need you to actually win so we don't get relegated yet. And then we need you to lose when you play us. So the red under the guarding patio. Okay, fair enough. So I don't know. I should probably explain what I'm doing so Bree understands why sometimes I am going for things and sometimes I'm not. If you're like on the verge of the Champions League, but then the Premiership is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I think we looked, and even though Tottenham are on 31 points, they're only like less than 20 off 6th. It's ridiculous. Between 6th and I think 14th, there's 6 points. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, just for Bree's sake then, the reason why I'm not going to touch any of these is in my head I see them as closer than 4. So I will actually go. So this is where it's a really nice bit of grass because you can just use the analog stick up here and get your 50 steps in. You don't need to do the 50 steps if you get the good bit of grass after catching one, if you're just chaining them together. So after this we'll see what it looks like. If we break this chain I'm probably going to reset again. Now, I believe it is Everton West Ham, so the David Moyes derby, and Wolves Tottenham today. Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. We don't beat Wolves, we deserve to go down. Oh, Mrs. Astra's up to 79. So, like, this is a perfect example. The one next to me you don't want to touch. But the one down here is not too bad. And Huxley's up to 86. Very nice. Collecting them all. But if there are questions you want to ask about radar, I don't mind answering. Nothing is a bad question. I will say that. Yes, Huxley has got 86. It's not so much like, this is where your patience is actually kind of good. Like, this is not the best place to learn radar. So, like, I've done nothing wrong and it's broke. But you can follow along with Level Up Rob, who has been doing some starter resets, going for all 3 starters across 2 different games. So, what you'll be doing is seeing whether he will get those shinies and joining in to cheer him on. But there are also a few competitions to go against the fellow group of streamers and another member of the Secret Santa squad. So, go and say hello to Rob. But this is where you switch autosave off. I broke the chain. I get all my stuff back. And we start again. And yeah, you just have to see what happens. Like, the reason why I say this is not a very nice place to do it is some of these are level 50. You don't want to be doing level 50 radar. And welcome in, Stroke. How are we doing today? Yes, it did break. The thing is, there's not much you can do. It is like a 9% chance it can break. That's why it's quite frustrating. That's why I sort of mentioned that most people try to get to the 17 and they stop. They don't try and push it all the way to the top. It's not so much breaking, like, it will be literally you do your catch and 1 minute it's there, the next minute it's not. Like, because I'm only really looking for things that could be somewhere else. I just want the Togepi. But if you are doing it, make sure you run from stuff. I'll show you why in the next one, maybe. So we'll see. What is this? This is Gloom. Okay, so I'm going to knock this out. Not run away. If you run away, you 100% break the train. Okay? But with this, I'm just going to knock it out, just as an example. And theoretically, this could keep the chain going. See, that has kept the chain going, so this means we're going to be facing Gloom next. But I think it's like an 18% chance that that would have broken. You know, after Buizel, I'm going to go for Golduck and name it Huxley. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I'm going to try and catch these now. We're going to try and chain a gloom together, why not? Huxley? That reminds me of a history teacher at school. Uh-oh. So we'll try gloom again, why not? But it is highly suggested that you do not knock them out. You just woke up. Strick has been staying up too late, shiny hunting cats. Right? That's what I believe. That's what I heard. You were shiny hunting too much. I'm gonna just leave the timer going. Like, it's not terrible for the amount we've had. A couple of Togepis, right? I know I'm running around a bit faster at the beginning because at the beginning you just want to try and get the chain together quickly. I should be going a bit slower if I'm teaching. No, no, no. But there is, like, yeah, that's why I go for Gloom as my backup. But I only get, like, 2 points for it, don't I? I guess 2 is better than 0. I still can't believe I'm on 0 this month. 1,000 eggs. Yeah, so this is like the example. The one above me is rubbish. You don't want to touch that. You always want to make sure you go at least 4 steps away. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of these 3 are perfect to go for. You can go further, I believe. I don't think it matters. In an egg or random? Oh, in K. Nice. Nice. I'm so close to actually getting the shiny Easter charm. It's very frustrating. I think I'm on like 145. So I might get some more shinies, you never know. I even had that channel open to catch a couple this morning, but I don't know if I caught anything because it goes too fast to keep up with it. Off the mobile prevents... no more typos. No more typos for Strick. There is an Onyx in the chat, if you would like an Onyx. Again, this is like quite good apart from the one to the right. So we'll go for this one. You debuted in the VC last night. Ooh, who did you interrupt? I still not been in there. I've still not been in the VC. Apart from by accident by once, because I was trying to click on something. I've decided to start switching VCs off on all of the Discords I'm in. But you can also follow Free Spills Tea, who is after the Bulbasaur in the lab. We'll be going back to ZA for some fossils, re-entering another lab. Let's do some Mario Kart, some Phasmo, and a few other games along now. So, see what she gets up to. So this is a perfect example of why you don't really want to touch any of these 4 patches. The 2 above me, or the one to the left and the one above me, are not far enough away. And the 2 on the side of the cliff are really bad to go for because you can lock yourself in. If you don't really ever want to touch stuff that's in a corner or on an edge. So you just have to do your 50 steps. You want to try and trigger the radar in as close to the middle as possible, so there's no point doing it here at all. You want to do it sort of here, and this is why I say use the D-pad, because then you can find like a middle bit of grass. So if you can see, there's like 3 in a row down there, so we might try and go for the bottom one, like this. Oh. Yeah, I've started, as I said, I've been switching all of them off. That is your sixth badge. Welcome in. How are you today? Yeah, I've been going through a channel list and just switching them off because the amount of time I click on them by accident. uh, and then went to bed. Very nice. Very nice. We're struggling today. Nothing seems to be clicking. We haven't got like above 10 yet. And again. And then look, I did nothing wrong and it broke. So that's just something you've got to deal with doing radar. But as I say, if you use the D-pad, you get a bit more control over the movement. Gonna be one of these days, isn't it? It's definitely gonna be one of these days. But I found out that the radar decks I put together is actually for the BDSP games. No, not BDSP, Diamond, Pearl and Platinum. And that actually has more radar hunts than BDSP. Because there was something to do with connecting Fire Red, Leaf Green and Ruby Sapphire. You're doing a bunch, finally starting to get it. It's not as bad as I thought it was. It's just a little bit of frustration when it breaks, isn't it? Which sort of targets have you been going for? When you said you don't go there, to the corner bit, why? So if you press, well, we can do it here. It's not the end of the world. So if I do it here, you can see that there's one right in front of me. And if this bit of grass had also been it, I would be doing a one chain. Or I'd be doing a one step away and I can't get out. So you would have increased reason to break your chain. That's why you don't do the corner. And they sort of say the same with the walls. Yes, there's 3 corners that can get you. It's a bit less. It kind of depends how close you are into the chain. If you're at like 2, and it's like, you know what, that's 4 away, I'm just going to take the risk. Do it. But if you're at like 15, 16, you want to be as cautious as possible. But you've been aiming for the daily swarms. It's something that I'm missing. You've been aiming... have you done... have you unlocked the swarms yet? So this will be an example of one that's not great. We'll see what happens. Of course, it's the thing I actually want. So now you're back to home and Shiny Dex admin. Doing Gen 8 now. Checking all the saves for Shinies. Put them in home. Register them home. Are you using the collections? Yeah, the chain keeps breaking. There are people that have got like a full bone, like a special grid you can put on your screen when you're doing it. I managed to kill a successful chain into swarms. Okay. It's that and the trophy garden, which is a bit annoying. So like this, I've got such a horrible selection there, I just have to re-trigger it. That's the thing. Might not be the best, but... but yeah. It's like, as I said, I put some presets into the to be checked, I think, for the shiny decks. Sprites pop up and it just adds more clutter. Yeah, I've seen people do it. I haven't tried the swarms yet. It's something I may try in Madar. I may try another day of the week. I wasn't overly prepared for this today, and I've only just unlocked the swarms myself, like last stream, and I've got Surskit today, so I'm not too worried. So what I entered in was the preset for the Scarlet and Violets, the Sword and Shield, and Legends Arceus and ZA dexes. So if people want to build living dexes and make a collection, they should be able to just click collection. Because at the moment it's only got region and a few types. and for some reason only Diamond, Pearl, Platinum radar hunts, which is what I set up and then realised I can't do. Again, not too bad, not too bad. But when you're on, like, the other thing I make sure, I know some people don't like it, but I will always make the point of having the counter on screen. This is for a couple of reasons. One, so I don't need to keep checking how many I've done. Two, in the Shiny League, if you catch a Shiny, you have to break the chain. You can't just keep building the chain up. So there is that little rule. So there's proof of what the chain number is in any photo you take. And you can see if you've done really well sometimes, like, so like if we, well, we're not going to do any of these, so we'll just go over here a minute. So we've got this here, we've done a 42. It only shows you top 3 you've ever done, so I've only got 4. But it's nice to have it there so you can check. That's why I like it there. Strick has reached 71 badges, very nice. I personally think using the D-pad is the sensible way to do radar. It kind of depends how comfortable you are with the Joy-Con, but certain grass is very, very limited for space, so I prefer using the D-pad, because I can run in straight lines with that, or straighter lines, shall we say. Would you say the overlay of the squares is a good idea for maybe the first few? I would say if you're doing it offline, just to understand it, if that makes sense. I personally don't think you would like it on stream. So like this is like what you would do is you would put the middle of the square on your character, and then you'll get like 1 square, which is the bottom right, 2 squares is the next 2. So the one at the bottom right, bottom left is actually acceptably good. What's your opinion of continuing a chain for your... Oh, I'm fine with it. I think it'll be fine in Madar as well, if I'm honest. I don't know completely, but I think it would be unfair to force people to break change in Madar because it's a competition. But I get why it happens in the Shiny League, because there was a lot of overcatching, shall we say, in certain modes. For the second to evolve it, but didn't want to submit it in case it looked cool, looked down on. Have we had a normal week? Oh, for my collection, I personally, the Dex 2026, I have no issues with it. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to be your collections, what you get through the year. It's not a competition to get the most. It's not a race. It's focusing on just getting people used to trying the shiny hunt. And some of them are only catchable in really difficult games or difficult modes. So it's perfect. If someone wants to learn radar, get one of the rarer spawns. It's great for like learning as well. So for my challenge, I have no issue. For my collection I'm building for what I'm doing for the radar living decks, I won't be breaking chains. I will tell you that much. Like, you've seen just how annoying this has been today. Like, yes, it's like an hour in. It took us half an hour to even find a Togepi nearly. So, I'm not going to really get too upset if I end up getting 2 on 1 or 3. At the end of the day, they're all different Pokemon at the end. For me, it's my collection. We're on 7, right? So we'll go for this one. I will also point out there is a chance these can be shinies. All you got to do is see my snow run one, my snow run clip. I did this, was doing this, I got the big grass, so it's hidden ability, and it turned out to be shiny. There was no sparkles in the grass at all. This might be a little thing for a Huxley and a Brie. If you are investigating what you would like to radar hunt, try to unlock the top right hand corner of the map as well. I was just curious about that. Weasel's easy to find, so don't need to worry. Um, so this little area up here, there'll be some fast travel points, but you won't be able to come here till you finish the game. I think you do something here, and it takes you over. But this, and this has a fast travel point. That's the main reason. And there's a lot of other Pokemon here. It's quite a big area for spawns. But again, it is down to your research what you want to go for. Like, I think I've set this up right. You might. No, it's not that one. What did I call it? Did I call it... I wish I should learn my commands. If you look at this one, that radar one, that'll show you everything you can possibly get from radar. Not where to get it, but that you can get it. Now champion, even now subjected to a little online abuse. Oh. By Cynthia? Or... Oh. What happened to Huxley? What happened to Huxley? Hello there. Welcome in. How are we doing? Or was it Brie? And Cena is up to 7 stream street. Thank you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Yeah, so that collection I've put together is basically what I've built so I can get a radar living deck. So anything that can be done with radar is there. And the evolutions. So you can't get Togekiss from radar, but I put the whole Togepi line on there because I can get Togepi. That's the main reason. So if it can evolve later, I've done it. But a lot of the full evos you will not be able to get. You know how you said to put Glade in Scarlet Violet level 100 transfer? Yes. There is an Electrike in the chat. I decided why not do the whole battle team. That makes sense. That makes sense. And you can also follow along with Arsena, who has been doing a lot of Pokopia, a little bit of champions, grinding the ranks, and has been doing some shiny hunting too. So if you want to see what he is up to, feel free to follow along. And welcome in, Image. How are we doing? Over level cheating. Would never do that. It's what you need to do. You're hunting Trico in Ruby. I wish you good luck. I do. I know it can be an annoying one. So you took on the Elite Four with all level 100s. Now that seems like the sensible thing to do. Do you see why I said that you would struggle with your normal team, though? Do you get that now? Yeah, I wasn't the one that was being cautious. We're at 12. You actually called me a cheetah pumpkin eater. Huxley is eating Pokemon. While Bree is busy eating the Golduck on the side. Oh, have I got enough to get this shiny charm thing? Have I got the Easter charm yet? That's the question. I don't know how to check without loading it up. But I will wish you good luck on the Trico. I know it is a very long hunt. The other little thing to note is if you're doing radar, you can put I believe you can put your system into sleep mode if you want to save the chain, but you cannot close the game. So that's the big thing to note. If you close the game, you will break the chain. If you leave the area, you will break the chain. So the thing is, if you were to knock Dialga out, you would have to beat the Elite Four. So far found one pooch, not the uncatchable shinies. We don't like the uncatchable ones. But I will say, the more you do Radar, the more comfortable you are doing it. It's frustrating. Once you get your first shiny, it's really good. Like, Weasel is a perfect one to go for your first one. You're also doing Mewtwo on the side, only at 550. Single hunting it, nice. Good luck, good luck. And hello, Elite, how are we doing? Staraptor carried well. Okay. That's an interesting one. I didn't think Staraptor would be that helpful, if I'm honest. Like the first one, you hit a new level, GG. Now you can sleep. What do you need to do to hit the next level? Flying helped dodge moves. Okay. I want the shiny pooch experience once. I'm sure you'll get it soon, Brie. Don't worry. You could do Grief Case if you want, and get the shiny Starly. And then Clefable's one-shot Symphys. Yeah, Clefable is one of the OP ones. 100 leaders plat medals. Luckies. Have you got that yet? That's the question. Okay. One more. One more. Need to go back to the Torchic resets. The 100 leader plat medal. I would have thought you would have had that. Or not. How close are you to it? If you're not. See, I think the starter resets are more just frustrating because of how outside of Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, they're really annoyingly slow. Which is kind of why I'm glad they don't include them in the new games. Okay, we have hit 17 now. I'm not going to go for any more. So now I have to do the resetting. Defeat 100 leaders. Not okay. So does that? I'm assuming that starts at 0 then. Or it's like any other challenge. You start at the bottom. You got to work your way up. Yeah. So we've hit the 17. So Ruby's kind of fast. Okay. Yes, because like you get thrown straight into the battle, don't you? It's pretty much save the guy, throw the Pokemon in. Right, that's where you can save it, right? So now we're just at this very slow stage of just doing this until we get the sparkly grass. You can keep going, it is completely up to you. I know I'm at like 1 in 2,000, but I get like 4 checks, technically. So... But I would say if you're doing this, make sure you stay on... Yes, the 17 method for me. I see that I'm cautious. I'm too careful for my own good. What's the next number? Technically, you can go all the way up to 41. 41 is the limit. You don't need to ever go above 41. But because there's like a 9% chance the chain breaks, even if you do things right, it's whether you feel like you want to deal with the stress of it maybe breaking. That's the thing. See, when you're here, you can put that like counter thing on so it counts your steps. So you can sort of see your 50 steps, but you've got to do 50 steps before you trigger radar again. This is where I say use the D-pad, because you can go up and down. If you're using the Joy-Con, you can sort of run around. Like, is 30 a better? Everything is better, yes. Every one you get will increase your odds. I think some people try and do 19, but again, it goes down to what you feel comfortable. If you can get to 40, 41, you're at 1 in 99. But if you break it at 33, you'll kick yourself. Considering what you've seen me do, I've generally got a shiny whenever we've hit this number. Yeah, each one will lower your odds a little bit. You always did 40 because I needed the best odds, otherwise I felt it was not fun. I get that. Like, sometimes I treat it as this, when I'm streaming it, I will do 17, but if we get to like the last half an hour or so of stream, I will then start to trigger it to go higher and higher to see how far we can push it, which is why the Dusclops is at 42. Because we did get that to 41 somehow. But this is where it's more like, this bit of grass is the perfect bit to really try it all on. It's one of the biggest areas to do it. But you want the repels to stop all the other things spawning as well. But this is why you can always get a middle square, like that big bit of grass that you can see that's big grass throwing up out of it. That means it's got like good IVs, and the higher the chain, the more of them will spawn as well. Or it could be a hidden ability, which is the one we got the Snow Runt shiny off, which was really funny to get shiny. But I will say the snow area is very difficult to do as well, because there's a lot of trees, but again, it's more to do with picking a couple that are quite easy to learn it, and then picking some that you can find that are exclusively so, or the easiest hunt is going to be Radar. So that's why we did Sunkern. Out of all of the Pokemon that we can shiny hunt, Sunkern is only available in like 2 bits of flowers in Scarlet and Violet, or it's breeding. It's up to you if you want to deal with that. How do you know if the rolls work? So you only get the spawn shot. That once you've triggered Radar, they will only spawn there. I did in those patches. Hello, welcome in. How are we doing today? So basically, when you're doing this, repels generally mean that your lead Pokemon, it almost scares the other Pokemon away. If that makes sense. I know it sounds weird. So if you were to take a level 2 Psyduck into Victory Road and put a repel on, you would still get battles. But if you took a level 100 in, you won't get any trainer battles. It's something like that. So it's like if you're after certain things, you can do it as well. You finally got a shiny today, but it was the only thing I didn't want. Oh. What was that you got? Was it? Repel stop Pokemon from spawning that are lower than your lead Pokemon, yeah. Shiny Spearow? Oh no. I feel like I know who you are. I know someone else who is sick of Shiny Spearow. But if you have finished the game, like your level 100 Glade is going to be perfect. So you should be fine with that. Because you've got your false swiper, but you don't... The thing is, it's up to you how you do the battles. Like, you've seen here, a lot of the stuff we were fighting was level 50 and we were getting them. Preferred Drowsy Orakins. Okay, 16, well, nearly 17,000, wow. Are you going to keep going, or are you going to take that as your shiny? Just be careful to make sure you keep the repels on. And that's why I told you need to get the 999 repels, because this bit is where you will eat up your repels. So if you only had like 100, you could get through that 100 when you're doing 17. And then what do? You're going to kick yourself if you run out and you've got a good chain together. There's still a chance I reset. Then again later. Do you have an idea where you want the next hunt to be? Or are you going to go for, like, the Eevee, wasn't it? I think you said. I'm assuming you'll go and do some of the story first. Yellow is your favourite colour, so not Madman. Okay. Xperia is one of the things that's quite difficult to get on the Switch. So this is a common number to start, but we can continue to check. Yeah, you can. If you put in BDSP shiny odds into Google, you should go straight to the Cerebi website and it will show you. But you have to remember that you're technically getting 4 checks every time you press radar. I think we did this for one of them and we got over 1,000, technically 1,000 checks. But if you were to do what we've got now, we've got 17 and we went and got 18 and then we caught it, broke the chain, we would then have to go and catch another 17 to start the chain again. That's why I'm in the field of I'm quite happy to deal with 70. But this is why I say use the D-pad, because when you use the Joy-Con you can sort of run all over the place and it's not easy to control when you're in tighter grass. Like this is not as bad, but you will only ever go left or right or up and down. And you know how easy it can be to press the wrong button with the Joy-Con. And if you run into it and you don't want to, you'll be frustrated. That's the big thing. And Elite has hit 140. Which means Elite can add another Pokemon to the Scroll of Destiny. As wow. What would you like to add this time? Each one 17 nudges your odds slightly better. But the run, yeah. That. So it sort of depends what you feel comfortable doing. If you are comfortable just doing the catching at the beginning, it's not too bad. You want to add ducklets? Okay. I think we're going to get every type of duck before you pick Psyduck, right? Is that how it's going to be? Hey, he picked Golduck yesterday for you, especially. But if you are doing the research, just make sure you are checking the game. There is a Sandshrew in the chat. So check the game, because if you are just searching radar spawns or Route 203s or whatever, you will get to see the Diamond, Pearl and Platinum radar hunts, which are not available in BDSP as well. And Arsena hit 8 badges. Very nice. So just be aware of that. Because I was planning to go for Lotad today and then found out that it's a Platinum. Well, it is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum exclusive. All the games have different radar mechanics, BDSP being the easiest one. Yeah. What I mean is they introduced something where, I only learned this myself yesterday, that if you had Fire Red, Leaf Green, or Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, you could do something like a dual entry. So if you had Fire Red, Leaf Green, you could get Caterpie or Weedle to spawn in your game as a radar hunt. If you've got Ruby Sapphire, you can get Lotad and stuff. We've got a bunch of eggs. I believe everyone caught that. I do miss out how many people go for it. Not everybody caught, no? Maybe. Maybe not elite. You get special spawns based on the GBA games, yeah. Which is why I posed the question, do you reckon they would ever introduce that to this game? If you've got Fire Red, Leaf Green connected on your system, would they introduce it so it could do the spawns? Which is why when I say if you are going to research it, make sure you find the one that is BDSP, not Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Because you'll go, oh, I'll go and do this, and then you'll learn and be annoyed that you can't get something. Hence why my collection had to be redone. So I had to start it all over again and do it manually by what was only in this game. It was very annoying because the one I thought it meant they were the same. So you're playing your GMAX day? Probably not, no. Who is the GMAX today? Apart from Gem. I have more traumatizing things to watch this afternoon. Or listen to, because it's 3 o'clock. Starts with Gengar. Okay, I'm not too worried. I don't really like the Gigantamax battles, to be honest. But we get the nice soothe rustling of grass. If you don't have any, I do have a couple. I've got a Gengar. I've got a Machamp. I've probably got some other starters that had their special ones, didn't they? But this is where you get to radar, where it's a patience game. Thank you for the bits, Brie. And... okay. Brie's ready for LeChonk. What was that? It's the stickers. Mrs. Astro, it is the stickers. I set stickers up. Oh, if you're a patient like me, you keep chaining. Yeah, that's the thing. 3940 is the best ones. Yeah, they are the best. It is all to do with patience, though, isn't it? Like, as you say, like, if you get to the top level, you should pretty much guarantee a shiny. It's because it didn't come up straight away. I was like, what is that? It was very slow. I might have to refresh it. I have also... I mentioned I've been working a little bit. Breaks being the best is what I mean. Oh, as in frustrating. Or... yeah, that's why I don't want to go for it. It's frustrating when I'm just trying to get the 17 to click sometimes, like, because like all of today I've done nothing wrong on any of the radars and everyone has been breaking. Yeah, just because I've been trying to work on the mic settings so it's a bit clearer and doesn't cut off occasionally. That what it is? I'm hoping it's stopped now and it might be a bit clearer. But hopefully, that's a hopefully. So if I shout, it doesn't change or doesn't go off the end of the mic. Because Professional knew what they were doing from day one-ish. And when we whisper, it also makes a sound, right? You can still hear it. Hotline bling. Something like that. Did Radar BDSP try to get most of the exclusive radar hunt? If you have the time patience, you can get a shiny of your... yeah. Every time I've hit the 17 chain, I've got the shiny. Well, if I didn't make a dumb mistake. But this is where I think like Bree will excel, because you'll do the radar click and you'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'll go over here, and then do your running. Like maybe not point at them, but in your head you'll go there's 1, 2, 3 before you even consider moving. And I guess you get the message if you haven't done enough steps. See, I can see like when they're next to each other, you always give it a double take, but it's a bit like how you do your Bulbasaur. In your head, you always give it that double take before you reset. So this is why I think you'll do well at radar. I ever tried to do 17 twice, and both times I was like, I'd rather keep chaining than just running around. I get it. I get both sides of it. I just get frustrated when I have to start again. And this just means we can do the chatting thing more, right? That's the way I treat it. Because I even like Austin John says, if you're trying to get the whole line, if the one next to you is the shiny, do you want to take that as the shiny, or do you want to keep going? Especially if you're on 41. Because if you take the one next to you, it's like, was it 50% chance it breaks? I find that Radar has some problems when you're streaming, because if you get it too early, or you break the chain with less than an hour to go, you don't really want to start a new chain. That's the big thing. Done it before it breaks, then I went again. Fair enough. Fair enough. Like, as you can see, they're our best chains we've ever done. 42, 31, and 24. Which was actually the last one we did, because we were trying to push the Sunkern one, but the grass for Sunkern is really bad. It's way too small to do everything you want to. We may start doing the pause during the break when we do this as well. Really bad is an understatement, yeah. Well, yeah, because you always have to really pretty much take an edge, which is what I was sort of saying. You don't really want to be taking the edges. But it's better than doing it in Scarlet and Violet, unless you're happy to breed. And we know what happens when I get eggs. So that is a thing that we don't like. So we ignore them. They do not exist. You mean they don't shine? No. I'm just going to start throwing them at people at this rate. I'm glad there's only one more week of Easter egg Booster Thursday. Because if I have to see another egg round... Well, we even ended up doing, like, a box of Smurgle by accident as well. So... Which was very funny. They weren't even odds. Can you throw one at me? You allow it. You can have the Quagsleys. Oh.
Hello. Might I ask where you keep the spoons?
There is a Mr. Astro. Thank you for the bits. And welcome in, Mr. Astro. How are we doing today? That's why I went for it. It's definitely an egg. You can also follow Mr. Astro, who has been doing the GBA diaries, which has included a Nuzlocke of Fire Red Leaf Green with some very fun catch-up videos, and a Mudkip reset, a Reggie Hut, and of course some Professor Oak's challenge. But you may also see him become a champion in Pokemon Champions with his new team that he's trying to put together. But okay, you'll make it through. And have you seen the wrestling news? Not like story spoilers. I don't know if a Mrs. Astro told you. I was intrigued. Which bit of it? I was surprised with about 3 names on there. The funny thing is we literally started mentioning this yesterday, that we were probably going to get a big list of releases, because it happens every year. And I believe, I'm pretty sure Mrs. Astro even said Alistair Black. I said the machine guns and Alba Fire. Scraggy. Yes, there is a Scraggy. Squirtle is a very fun one. I don't like it shiny, I'll be honest. For a colourblind person, it is far too similar. But the Squirtle squad is a bit of a legend. It was actually our first follow alert was the Squirtle squad. The first one I made was the Squirtle squad. I do think it probably should have been given some more typings later in the line, and it is a good HM friend. Let's say that. It's a good HM friend. I was shocked about the machine guns. I thought they would still be about half of these teams and to be very own Matt Smith lookalike. Fair enough. I'm not really much of a steak person, if I'm honest. Let's put it that way. I'll have it, but I don't really want it burnt. How about that? I never know the terms for steaks. Shiny Trico, GG, we summoned the shiny. Congratulations. We knew that we would get somebody a shiny today, right? That's how it works. You join us, we get a shiny. Dot, dot, doot. I think the machine guns probably got released because I think they may have asked for their release. If I'm honest, but then it's a bit weird because they were doing the Gargano storyline with them. It was meant to be a trumpet. Okay, then that makes sense. That means you'll get your Mudkip today, Mr. Astro. That's how it works. Everyone will get theirs, and then Brie will get the the Torchic. Then everyone will get a starter of Ruby or Sapphire. Or Platinum. No, Emerald. Right, that's how it works. But thank you for the lurk. Have a good time in Pokopia or Champions today. Oh, there is an Alolan Executor in the chat. If you would like it, try to catch it. But I've only got one shiny in Champions so far. But yeah, when it comes to the radar, it does go down to what you prefer doing. Right. Like, if we do get a shiny Togepi, we could do something to try and push it to the 40, and you can see the disappointment if we break it as well. That's where it's quite good when you do something with an evolution line. Everybody's going for it. Who will catch it? Who will catch it? Love learning all the things. I will say though, if you try to learn it on Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, the grass doesn't stay on the screen, so you actually have to give a lot more attention. So it is a lot harder in the older games. I think it's the same for X and Y as well. I might be wrong, but I don't think they keep the grass on the screen. So if you miss it, it's a lot different. We got Elite shiny. And we got some eggs. GG Elite. There we go. Is that your third shiny? I swear that's your third shiny in stream this last few weeks. What? How many shinies have you got in that now? If you do your Pokepass? Not a shiny Scraggy though, sadly. Not a shiny Scraggy. 3 shinies. I swear you've got all 3 of them in this chat. I swear you have. Have you got the shiny charm thing on at the moment? The Easter shiny charm. Hello, Pokemon Call. I am doing okay, thank you. How are you today? We are trying our luck at the Togepi. Good morning, Michael. How are we doing, lads? How are we doing? You're doing good. Doing some DAs? Nice. What is your main target in the DAs? There's an event going on at the moment. If you've caught 150 of the event Pokemon, you get a special Easter event shiny charm. You're doing well. Nice. We'll be back for DAs tomorrow. Doing Celestina. Nice. Yep, Sunday is my DA day. I'm going to keep that in place. I think it works quite nicely. And we'll see, I guess we'll see what the Shiny League offers us to what we go for next. Hopefully there's something we can get. Trying to think what types haven't been used so far. Just help another streamer do Celestina, and he's also got Lugia today. Nice. Everyone's getting shinies. What's going on? We got Lunala last weekend, which was nice. Finally. Finally got the Lunala. Now, if it's Ghost and Fire, we're definitely spending most of the weekend on Blacephalon. It won't be Fire. I think we've had Fire, but I don't think we've had Ghost yet. Oh, I thought that was shiny for a minute. I thought that was a shiny one. But again, we'll also try to get something that everyone who would like to take part in will need as well. Because one of the other ridiculous challenges I've decided is that I would like to build a living dex of all of the Pokemon you can get in DA's Shiny. They can appear non-shiny, yes. They can, like, that's what our Snow Rump was. Our Snow Rump wasn't shiny sparkle grass. But the thing is, if you encounter something, you could break the chain as well. Except Celesteela, Guzzlord, and Xurkitree. Yes, another collection trick. Well, it was more for everyone. As I mentioned in the Discord, and one of the mod team said that if you make them, they can see whether they're done correctly and they might get put in to be used for other people. So when you make collections, like we said, like the presets currently only have regions. So you can do Paldea, Galar, but you can't put them all into one. So I was trying to build one for a game. Thank you for the hydrate. Because I do see a lot of people trying to do living dexes in games, whether it be Scarlet Violet, ZA, etc. So if they have been made presets, more people might make the collections. Because now with the new, like you've seen yourself, the new collection feature is nice that you can directly go to the hunt or create a hunt that way. I made one with everything, called it Bog Dex. Big Dex, maybe? Maybe Big Dex. I have also made one of them. But there are a couple of things that have been inputted twice into the database, so it was really annoying going through it all. So I didn't want to submit that one. But I've just done all of the game dexes. So that was kind of the idea, like... Because like region ones aren't much help for what I do, or what I want to do. They work if you want like origin dexes, but... Is this supposed to be Mirage Island? What, the music or the area that I'm in? The area, I don't know. I just thought this was area Route 230. That's about as far as I know about it. Yeah, that's what I did. I thought it would be kind of nice. So if people want them, like they said, do it, and then they'll have a look, and if it's done correctly, it will be put in there. So why not? Why not? There is an Oreo. Hello, Oreo. We'll try not to make you laugh, because I know you might still be in pain. But hopefully it went well. Why not? Exactly. Why not? See, it's my turn to get a Togepi. It's my turn. Good. Don't worry. Okay. Fair enough. I know you weren't meant to talk too much. I want the Togepi. That's my new plan. It will be mine. We've done the hard work. We've hit 17. I'm not risking it, because this area has been annoying so far. And we're sort of doing a tiny bit of teaching, because I'm still relatively new to this as well. Yes, I'm using the D-pad, not the analog stick, because why not? And the analog stick, I don't run in a straight line with it. But we broke one chain at like 10 on Togepi. We did a couple of glooms, but we thought we'll give this one a go. There is an auto fan with 48 badges. Very nice. Very nice. So I'm quite happy to do the 17 and just do the just chatting, because at the end of the day, it kind of feels like random encounters right now, where you're just waiting. And we can actually show Ray and Huxley why I get so, or push you to get 999 on the repels after we get a bit further into this. That's the main thing. Let's just do this very quickly. No, that's not the right one. Let's do that one. You can also follow along with Level Up Oreo, who is working on a hard gold, soul silver, shiny living dex. He may be catching all of the birds, but he keeps headbutting the trees, and we'll get all of them eventually. But you can go and have a good time, watch along, chat, laugh, and have a great time with Oreo. And see how many more birds he's going to get. That's the thing. I've only just realised that... is that where your name comes from? Or a choreo? Is that where it's from? Do we make that a thing? Or not? No. It would be funny though. He can't unsee it now. He can't unsee it. My favourite, if we're talking shiny, it is probably the fire one. And Michael is on the second gym badge. Nice. GG's. GG's. I never quite know their names, but I like the fire one the most. Shiny one. The ghost one is also very nice shiny, but I don't think the electric and psychic one. You just had to be chaos with that. It just fits the bird keeper, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Never mind. Never mind. We always find something, right? We always do. Like last time we did this, we did get the shiny sun card, so I am confident we will get it. That's the thing. And the fact that the grass is so much easier to run. That's not gonna help. You completed the Pokedex of every form in unlimited Pokedoku. Nice. GG. That's a horrible spread, isn't it? We don't like it when they're all four directions. Let's keep going. Keep running. Keep on running. But what is everyone else's favourite type of Oricorio then? We know that Elite likes the Barley one. Is that... I've never actually caught the Psychic or Electric one shiny. But I do target the Fire one because it's easy to isolate. And so's the Ghost one, to be honest. In Kitakami, I like the Fire one shiny very much. Fire one or Electric for sure. Nice. Ghost is the best design. Fire is the best shiny. Okay. Fun fact, I got the Ghost one for Rob for the Secret Santa. After having to investigate colours, I found out it was the right colour. So that is why I got that one. Okay, we can do a slow run this time, can't we, and have a drink. Tells you how well we do when we go slow. Right, back down here, back down here. I would like to try and hunt the electric one. I don't know how easy it is to isolate. I know that it's in and around the beginning part of Scarlet and Violet. I imagine the psychic one's not too hard to isolate. There is a Toxel in the chat. Let's see if we can get chat another shiny. Cleaning the car, no worries. You like the fire one too? Okay, nice, nice. I think we're working our way to this shiny charm thing. So I might get it on this one. I will check Journey Ad to see whether I've got it. What's the favourite Minior? The shiny one. No, probably the violet one. What about you? You like the orange? Nice. They're all very interesting. They're annoying to shiny hunt though, or just hunt in general, because it's unless you've got the right encounter or right outbreak, you have to just battle every single one and see if it will appear. So let's have a look. See, come on Togepi. Stop being a bad Togepi. 10 stream straight for Briggy. Fair enough. Oh no, there was a happy Briggy and now there's a Briggy with an egg, so there'll be an unhappy Briggy. There will be an unhappy Briggy now. There is 4 badges, very nice. Eggs, I hear. Indeed, indeed. We did get a shiny in BCG a bit earlier. And we are after eggs, of course. But hopefully you are well and not too hungover after all of the shots. Did you get the shiny charm in this game or another game in general? Most games I've got the shiny charm in for this challenge. It doesn't actually do anything for my hunts in this game though. What shots that was Purgy? I thought you were also drinking as well. I thought everyone was drinking. Or how much of the wine survived the night? I thought you had more wine. I don't know. There was a lot of drinking in the chat. Shiny hunting with sandwiches method considered cheating? No. It's considered, makes it easier. There's no cheating to shiny hunting. It's whether you want it to be quick or long. The herba grinding is very frustrating if you don't use the raids, but it's all sorts. Yes, Bricky has a Lilligant emote. And lots of other grass types as well. I don't like them at first, but you can hunt however you like. Yeah, that's the thing. You're not hunting in a competition. You're hunting for your own enjoyment. If you want to do it that way, it can be very quick. If you want to do this sort of methods, you can do it this way. There are people that prefer every different method. So, like for me, the sandwich method is essential for Dynamo because it's Dynamo. Right outside, still watching wild torchic hunting. Okay, you'll be quiet until you get the torchic in about 5 minutes. Resetting is time consuming. Yeah. It's always going to be a debate between shiny hunters because originally you were at like 1 in 8,000 and there was literally nothing you could do to improve your odds. So when you got the shiny, it was like, at last, relief. Feels like a big hit. But the newer games do make it a lot quicker, so if you're trying to get it for completionist's sake, it's so much nicer. But you can look at it as a few different methods, like you can't do random encounters in Scarlet and Violet. Truly random encounters. Wait, does Pokemon Home have a Pokedex? In Pokemon Home, yes. There'll be a Pokedex in there. There's also a Pokedex for each game that can get you a shiny mythical. But you have to have caught and moved in from home all of the Pokemon from that game. So it's sort of a Togepi, a Togetic. Well, actually, it might not be Togepi. Yeah, it is this whole line. Yes. Hello, Ape. How are we doing? Did you keep up with Perchy in the end last night? 14 badges. I just wish newer methods were more fun, but I'm more into the full odds. I think the newer methods have actually driven more people to investigate the fuller odds. I think. And welcome in, Amy. How are we doing? I am doing good, thank you. We've hit our number for the target, so we're going to try for it. But how are you? Went to bed early, had some water, since I do have work today. Fair enough. You drank more than me? What do you mean? But you think I'm the hungover one? I thought that was my way of saying, is Ape hungover as well? You had yes. We're going for Togepi. Imagine if they send the static Koraidon to home, or it's you can put Koraidon in and out of home. You can put everything in home. Oh, the ride one, no, not the ride one. But the one you get at the end of the game you can put in home. Same happens with Legends Arceus. You can't put the ride ones. Even worked Wild Drive. Should I go in this game if I have a Switch? If you like radar hunting, I would say yes. If you don't like radar hunting, it might not be as fun. That's the best way to put it. But I have noticed more people have started to investigate fuller odds hunting since the newer methods have come out. If that makes sense. Like, I would like to, but I would like to be able to stream it all, and there aren't any ways to stream anything on the 3DS for me. So I would prefer them to come out on the Switch, hence why we're going to do the Shiny Professor Oak's challenge in Sword and Shield. So we will have full odds, or as full odds you can get. That is the plan. I know it sounds a bit crazy. I've set up 4 saves for it, so technically I can at least dual hunt. It looks so cozy. Then again, everything with the voice makes it cozy. It is cozy. It is something you can sort of do once you get the chain. It's just very basic and easy to do, and it becomes just the same as doing random encounters. It's the getting the chain is very frustrating. I think it's the way to put it. Hence why I only do 1 save on it. But I've only got this one. Up to Gen 4 and the shiny hunting. Yeah, it is kind of which ones you are interested in. Like in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, you don't get to see the grass, which is a lot harder. Like, I have done a bit in Fire Red, Leaf Green. I've got 2 shinies in it. I'll say that much. We got Kakuna and Sil. Yes, they must be the most random pairing of shinies that anyone has ever got in Fire Red, Leaf Green. But that's my 2 shinies in that game. So, I was trying to get Ledipper, because it's the only way to get it on the Switch that is not breeding in this game. Hence why we sort of branded it as the Switch 2 challenge. Like, we were doing a lot of sandwiches, but I pivoted away from doing encounter. I will do Scarlet and Violet, I will do encounter power only. No shiny power anymore. We don't do hyperspace unless it is run around the hyperspace in circles. That will do. And other stuff like that. How is trading on homework? Are you talking with other people or from your other games? Because it's only freeway or trading besides Let's Go. With other people, basically you can make friends with people on there who will trade you what you want so you can communicate, or B, you can say, I am looking for Bulbasaur, I will give someone a Squirtle, and someone will say, I'll take that Squirtle, here's a Bulbasaur. Pretty much. That's kind of how you can do it on home, if you haven't got the NSO stuff. But you may have to pay for home to get trading. I don't know if you can do it for free. That's the only thing I'm not sure about. So we will see. I'm sure other people will know the answers. I've only ever done it to get premium home is cheap. Yes, it's what, less than £20 for me a year. But mind you, the NSO is very cheap as well. Like, I think I pay 31 for a year and I get 8 profiles. So we have 7 children to have multiple save accounts on. Hence why we have this. set up. So this is like the stream exclusive save. So Let's Go is the only free way. I know you can. No, you can trade with anyone in any games as long as they have the same game. I will just wait for the Adlands to finish before. Well, we'll do some running. We will do some running. But not local. Local, you can do it between any two switches. Did you do the early version glitching? I did not, no. I didn't get this copy of the game until much, much later, which is why I am very, very frustrated that I can never go for Shaman and Darkrai. I can do the Arceus. I could race Ape to see if I can beat his total, but we've only done 190 so far. I wish I had a 3DS, but the old 3DS available at the local market, you can't stream. Yeah, I tried one of these softwares everyone was going on about. It was so laggy, and I saw other people say it was using up all their CPU. To try if other games like Gengar in Scarlet and Violet. Oh, so you want to do the trade evos, and you got all of the special balls. Fair enough. So the only way you're going to be able, you can catch a lot of the. Are you just looking to complete the Pokedex in Scarlet and Violet? Is the question. I believe there is actually a trade evo. If you, I think you can trade a Pincurchin and the person will send you a Haunter. In that game, and it will actually evolve. Never got those Pokemon, I think. I know I get the items. Can I still get them? No, that's the problem. There might be a bit of an exploit from what I understand. We'll just let the music play. There might be a way if you don't update it, if that makes sense. So if you were to get a brand new version of it and you put it on your system and don't do the update, there might be a way to do it. But you can catch a lot of the trade evos in the wild as well, or in the raid dens. There is a Shuppet in the chat. The most relaxing music. I don't actually know. What would you think is the most relaxing? I know you said something about Snowpoint Temple earlier. I will also fall into the bracket that a few other people have fallen in. I generally played it in mute when I was growing up. I really don't care, I'm just curious if I had to get them eventually. If you just want them for your Pokedex in home, just get them in Legends Arceus. So we do have a shiny. We do have a shiny Togepi. So for a Huxley and a Beret, that's what it'll look like. And this is where it's very annoying because this is right next to me. Okay, well, we'll get the shiny Togepi. Like so. Perfect. And, well, the awkwardness of this. Let's see. Will it stay in the luxury ball? Will it be a good Togepi? Will it? Will it? Please? Thank you. Done. Perfect. Perfect. Shiny Togepi collected. I don't know. I cannot see a difference in it. I can get Gengar in Let's Go and transfer it into home. Yes, you can do it that way. We got a lot of catches. Who would like to help nickname Togepi after a wrestler? That is the question. What wrestler should we name it after? It is a female. Randy Orton. We could. You don't know any? Okay. Libre. Not naming anything after Nacho Libre. But it is an egg. And it is a female. Should we? Batista. Big Show is more of the small show. um, Slightly more orange, red and blue. Okay, I will have a look. I'll compare them so we can all have a look as well, because we've got some in the box. Like the Big Show could work because he does usually have a bald head, like an egg, and it is a bit more ironic. So there is the Big Show. Anyone want to have a nature guess? Do we keep the chain? Wow, we kept that chain after getting it next to it. Okay. I was not expecting that. Just so we can compare, that is the shiny. That is the difference. It's just redder. Okay, Elite, you did ask, so I thought I would show you. So it does stand out a bit more. In the wild, it looks very similar. It switches, exactly. And the actual egg is different as well. Like, so yeah, it's not the best of the best, but it's still a shiny. We'll put you here. So we said we got mild, sassy, naive. It is careful. It's a careful one. My first live encounter for a shiny, and I get to name it. Nice. We do try to let everyone put some names forward. So that is one of the things. Like, we have a different nickname theme for every month. I believe next month is just video game characters. So preferably not ones from Pokemon. That is how we do it. We're going to keep going, so we might as well try and get the rest of the line, right? Pac-Man, Sonic, yeah, stuff like that. Maybe not Mario, because we did do a Mario Kart week, a month. I don't know yet, I will have to decide. Black and white chain time. No, you have to get black and white. And a 3DS that can actually do it. So that's what, £500 to £600 to get everything? Doesn't, no, it doesn't have radar. Okay. Like, the one I would love to be able to do on stream is horde hunting. I would love to do horde hunting on stream. I should probably complete this, shouldn't I? Shall we complete this one? Let's just take this off. Right. Doesn't really matter. That'll go into the Switch 2 Living Decks, the gym badges, and the radar collection. Perfect. We'll set up a new one. I don't know when. I have to set up another one now. Didn't plan that far ahead, did I? Of course I didn't. So this is sort of an example where what we were saying was the 17 is a safe chain. That took us an hour and a half and we got a shiny just by doing. And that wasn't the full chain. That was about half an hour of that was not even part of it. So we spent, what, about an hour, I want to say, on this chain. We got it to 17 and we've just been resetting it and we got shiny. So that's the big thing to note. That's why I don't push it. Like, we got it pretty quick. And you can see just how relaxing it is. I know a lot of people like the rustling grass. What I'll do is I will set up a new tracker during the break, which will be in about 5 minutes, and I'll just start the timer. And that'll make up for the time that we're doing this. Pretty much. That seems fair, doesn't it? And this will be for the Togetic. How do you evolve a Togepi? But we may as well keep this going as long as possible. How many... friendship. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. X and Y, yes. I think it has one that's very difficult to do. I have given it a very loose go, but I didn't know how to make any money in that game because my team is rubbish. That's the best way to put it. I literally have a Greninja, and that's it. That's not going to do it, is it? Make the other one more... walk it in the party. What, does that actually work? You missed it again. Well, it was Togepi. It was shiny. I can't help it. Maybe now we're on Golduck. And I will also put this... Shall I enter this into Booster Thursday? You'll be back, gonna lurk. Baby Astro is snoozing. No worries. No worries. We have a fighting Togepi. Now Elite is here. Should we do the Gen 5 decks again to see how well Elite does on the Gen 5 decks? Is that what we should do? We'll test you. Do you want to do the Unova one? See if you win. I feel you'll have competition because everybody's done it like twice now, so they know most of them. I done it before. Okay. Congratulations. I would definitely be tempted to enter that name it egg. We named it the Big Show. Okay, you've done it solo. That makes sense. Right, I will do this one. Do this check, and then I'll go and find some safety. We'll go here. We'll put the Togepi on the screen. There we are. There is the Big Show. You know what I'm going to do, actually? First, I'm going to press the save button, because if we break the chain, it doesn't matter. Just a quick glance here. So we've used over 50 repels just by this. So we are going to go for more. We will go for a couple more. Don't worry. I will set up a new tracker. I'm just going to take a little break. We'll put the game up again to see how well we do. And there's 40 boxes in BDSP for some reason. Yeah, that's why we keep robbing the rich. That is why we rob the rich. Right, we'll reset this. Right. I have set it up like I did before, where it can be done in German as well. If you prefer Ape, it is Generation 1 Kanto Pokemon. So, there we go. I will be back. I will switch the mic and the camera off, and we'll see how well we do. Well, GG everybody. Very well done. There is our shiny Togepi. Let's just close this down. We don't need this now. Right, that was a GG. Michael, I think, won both rounds. But everybody did a brilliant job getting everything. That sounds like me as well. And how are you today? That new tracker, why has that tracker not started? Let's just see. Why have you not reset? Come on, come back to life. Togepi is broken. It's running. I can see it running. It says 7 minutes on it. There we are. There we are. Togepi is back. There we are. Do it. Just taking it slow today. No worries. No worries. That's good. Always good to take a couple of slow days. We are back for number 2 on the Togepi, hopefully. And as you can see, we're only on an 18 chain, so it's not like we've gone wildly over the top. We have to sort of cruise up. And the first one took us, from the first Togepi encounter, an hour and a half, I want to say. That involved a couple of resets, a couple of going for Gloom. Is there a way to release multiple things if you... Is it... the best thing to do is go into home and do it. That's the best way to do it. That I think is the only way to do multiples. Or do you not have... I think you might be able to still do it in home for free as well. But I might be wrong. But I don't think there's a way to do multiples on any Pokemon game outside of the Legend series. Maybe Let's Go, but we don't play that enough to know the rules of how that game works. Yeah, I don't know if Huxley saw how many repels we used, but yeah, we've used over 50, which is why I push you to try and get that extra bit. Like 999 is an extreme number to go for, I will be honest. But it is worth it if you see, like, if you had bought 50 and you hadn't got the chain done, you would be going, now what do I do? And you would be stuck and sort of, you wouldn't have any other options. But to basically end the chain, and you would get annoyed as well. I used a few to get through Victory Road. I am at about 980, so you'll be fine with that. Like I tend to start most streams or sessions by going to do a couple of battles with the old people or the rich people. I did about 4 this morning and just topped everything up. But you can also see why the balls are not quite as essential, because you will be resetting if you break a chain. And let's face it, once you're at 17, you're not going to be catching anymore until you get the shiny. If you choose to do it this way. Again, it's a you choice. We've seen the arguments for both sides, so we try to make sure. But an hour and a half to get a shiny at 17 is not too bad. Pretty quick, I guess you could say. So that's always good. I feel like I might need to go and find another quiz for everyone to play, because everyone's getting through them far too quickly. Do we have to go back to words? Is that what it is? I don't know. I don't know. We will see. Crosswords. It will be interesting to try crosswords, but it will be hard to read the clues, I think, if people are playing on mobile or watching on mobile. That would be my worry on crosswords. If that makes sense. But imagine we got that. I don't know how little the words are on it. Oh, it'll be how big is a computer screen, basically, won't it? If that makes sense. Yeah, we'll do the steps and then we'll do the trigger in a moment. And see how it goes. I've also booked my tickets for Mortal Kombat 2. Is that alright? Is that alright? We'll see what Butcher gets up to in that, right? See whether Butcher causes chaos. Ba-dum-ba. I don't know if I would be good at radar on the old systems. I will say that. I feel like I would get frustrated. I'm still shocked that that bit of grass was acceptable. We talked about breaking chains, and it was literally in the closest possible box. So, not good, not good. But we are back from the Adlands. Welcome back, everybody. We will see how we do. Keep on rolling up and down the fields of glory. I picked up Pearl off on the DS from a car boot sale for £3. Now I know the story. I might have to play it a bit. I would be a little bit cautious whether that works. Before you go too far, make sure it saves and all of that before you do too much. I don't know whether the DS games have batteries in, or is that where the DS ones have batteries? I've tried it, it's real. Okay, that's a very good find. Mr. Astro has returned, just in time to try and get Zwelos in the chat. I don't know, where did that go? I didn't click in the box. That was not the smartest thing to do. I must have that shiny charm thing right. Do you know if it'll show somewhere? Does it show on here? Or not? Nope, not a pole pass. What about that pass? 11 shinies. Doesn't show it. I think for Maida I will have to mainly do PDSP if I'm doing it on stream, because the grass is visible. The original a lot harder. Yeah, definitely focus on that. Only in the widget. Okay, I don't have the widget available to look at. As it's a little bit of a competition, I would suggest doing it in this one. But if you are happy doing the older methods, then because there are more species to go for, as well. Like, I'm assuming there might be special bounties, and people might pick the bounties that are the originals as such. There we go, Huxley. You get an egg. You get an egg. I get an egg. Everyone gets an egg. We all get an egg. We were literally talking about when do we reckon they'll announce Madar for like streamer sign-ups as well. It must be getting pretty close to it. Like, we're just about to hit week 6 of the Shiny League, so my guess would be after week 8, which is about the 15th, 18th-ish. And the week before TwitchCon. As we said, the plan was going to be to do Mario Kart on the TwitchCon Saturday, because most people who were here or would be interested in not going to TwitchCon. So it would give everyone a little something to do that they could all join in and have a little gaming session with people. But it turns out I'm out on the Saturday at the moment, so it might be a Sunday thing. When does the league run from? It starts in UK time. Each week starts at 5 p.m. on a 5 a.m. on a Sunday. And I think there's 8 weeks, and we are going to be doing week 6 start tomorrow. You got yourself to TwitchCon, did you? Very nice. I didn't think you were going. No, you are no. We are having a pool tournament between the lads for a birthday, and they keep changing the day. Like, I think somebody's birthday was going to be the 16th, and somebody's is like the 29th. And they said, let's do the one in the middle, which would have been about the 23rd. And like, we can't do that one. They didn't want to do the 15th, 16th, because Eurovision is on. So, it looks like they're falling into the 30th. So that'll be fun. And if all of the dates, exactly. If I hear that you're coming down south on Saturday, I will laugh. That's all I'll say. That is what I'll say. This Saturday coming. Not today, next week. It would be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. No, can't afford that. No, it's one of my friends has got an engagement party, and his partner went to university near you and has a lot of friends that are in and around that area, and a few of them are coming down. I just thought it would be kind of funny that if it turned out Mrs. Huxley was one of the uni friends. Yes, Elite, what is happening? Scraggy. Just a Scraggy. When is that the question? When are we hunting Scraggy? Is that the question? Friend bull or luxury bull? I think we've caught Scraggy in every type of bull. Oh, for the last 3 months. Or however long ZA's been out. If I do visit the south, we have to put tickets months in advance too. It's about 600. Uh-oh. I don't really know the ins and outs of it, so... Quick is good for the catching bit. Uh-oh. Strick's gonna ban. Like, by rain. By rain. Huxley, is Psyduck making you travel by rain? Is that how it works? Is that what the teapot does? It creates rain for travel. I think because there's groups, there's like a big group driving down or coming down together in a couple of cars. But it's just very funny. It would. I just made the point. It would have been funny if it was somebody that went to uni with the fiance. That was why it was funny. That was more. I've also got dates that I don't want Wind and Waves to come out. Basically October. It better not be coming out in October. That's all I'll say. They've put a save the date together, so in October, and because some of the either best men or ushers are coming over from Australia, the stag do will probably be within a week or two of that as well. So most of October is a bit of a mess next year. When will we know the games are coming out? I think the answer is when they decide to tell us. I think there probably will be a present in June, July. If it's going to be January, I think it will tell us then. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, it's October next year. October next year, not this year. Don't worry. It won't be this year. It's definitely coming out next year. And Ben is up to 103 badges. Very nice. Very nice. Hopefully you are well. And Jade is up to 7. Very nice. We're getting there. We're getting there. Are you ready for the football today? Are you going to get back to the top? Do you think it's going to be good? Define the definition of good. It has Taylor in, so it's probably going to be the greatest game ever made. Right? Is that... I hope you are ready for football today. Oh, no. No. Halo Shiny Hunt Day 1. Probably. Probably. It kind of depends where it is in the game. But yeah, it'll be something like that. Bin the starter off. Yeah, pretty much. They're all meh starters by the looks of it. Yeah, I think if it's coming out early, they'll tell us in June, July. If it's coming out later next year, I don't think they'll give us a date. It'll just say that. Scraggy in the game? I don't know. Maybe. I have to watch the trailer. Was he in the trailer? Probably not. I will say, if we don't win today, I think we're down. I don't think we can get enough points from the other games. Especially after what's come out of Italy, apparently. Yeah, we may need a new goalkeeper for sure. I don't really know what it is. It looks very confusing. But it looks like they've got their own Serie A version of the Epstein list. And Vicario happened to be on the list. And they're laughing about it, like all of the scandals that came out. And the one player everyone would expect to be on it is not on it. So Lucario, no, Vicario. So I think a lot of Tottenham fans are actually kind of looking forward to going down so we can get rid of a lot of players and focus on some new players, some of the youngsters. Yeah, Mr. Mime was innocent. It's more that this person seems to be involved in it and has just been taking photos with celebrities. But apparently he runs a certain ring that's being investigated and is literally connected to about 70 odd footballers or athletes in Italy. So, interesting. Oh, Huxley has got the starters ready. Are they the Briggy specials or are they someone else's starters? I don't know. They are Spiffy. I don't know who Spiffy is. And Free. I still don't know who Spiffy is. Okay. I want to put the Spiro one in my collection so I can just spam it in Oreo's chat. I haven't uploaded the Spiro one. Do we have to mix up the emotes a bit more? Again, because outside of what Pancham, Ludicolo, and Wooloo, I don't think. Favourite move? That's a very dramatic question. It is a very dramatic question. The robot. Let's see. What is the best move? After a few pints. What, Peter Crouch style? Hello. It is Tawny. New account. Okay. Or new name. How are we doing? Let's say favorite move. If we're talking animation, it's probably Retaliation. I think it is. That's got that amazing emote, amazing animation. Much better. That's good to hear. We will be back in DAs tomorrow, so if you do want to jump in, we should be doing some open lobbies. You love Togepi? We have got one Togepi already. You got one on the fire red save? Nice. Nice. If you want the free remote links, loads on there. Okay, we'll have to have a look. There is, yep, a Skaroopy in the chat. If you would like a Skaroopy. Oh, so just a Togepi, not a shiny Togepi. Probably. The event tends to have a lot on repeat, I find. I think we had about 17 medical hams in one stream. So, isn't there like a joke that you get a daily Medicham? I might still have that one, to be honest. It's one I keep keeping because I want to get it sooner rather than later. It's haunted me for too long. But I also want to see what the Shiny League targets are. But how are we doing, Shirio? Basically, Bree has built a giant gumball machine in Pokopia. That is the plan. Maybe that's what we should do next. Maybe that's what we should do next. Build a giant gumball machine. What? Oh, Mrs. Astro. Thank you for the shiny luck. Strick is getting stoned. A giant gumball machine, yes. Is that okay? Tired but good. It doesn't have to be on stream, but I was asking at some point in general. Okay, but I don't have it any time soon. Bit early for that. It's never too early, is it? Togepi. I've escaped, but have been lurking. Welcome back, Mrs. Astro. What do we think of Togepi? It is a very interesting Pokemon. Where it's quite interesting is the fact that it changed typing. I think that is the opinion music. Yeah. I'm getting ready for Wednesday's Champions League. The distractions. Yeah, I like the fact that they changed its typing. I think it was quite bad when it got released because it was just a generic normal type. But when they introduced Fairy, it became very, very fun. Who should get Fairy? Who should get Fairy? There are some good ones. There were some good things that should get Fairy. Breakfast time. Enjoy the breakfast. Who do we reckon should get a Fairy typing on top of their normal typing then? Anything that you can think. Blossom, maybe? I think Blossom could be Grass Fairy. That would be quite a fun one. You think Chansey? Does that mean Ordino also gets Fairy? As well? Or not? Ordino has it in Mega. Okay. So it's a bit like Meganium then. Sort of Fairy. A Lola Mola? Maybe. I always see a Lola Mola as a bit more like Relicanth. I would have put it more as like a watery rock thing. Like Lovedis could be considered a fairy type, maybe. Did Bree accidentally delete the Gumball path? Is that what it was? I don't know for sure I've got it. I will say that. I think I kept it. But yeah, we will see. Can we get this second Togepi, please? I wouldn't mind getting 2 today. Misty the Psyduck and Togepi. And also one of my older dogs was called that. And yes, it was after her. Love Disc as well. Yes. Love Disc should get the fairy typing. But biased. The amount of times you've probably watched Detective Pikachu for the Psyduck. Right. I wonder if we would ever get a sequel to that. I don't think we will now. It feels too late and the actors are a bit too old. So this is the nice relaxing music. And mime too. What mime was perfectly normal. The only thing was that Ash's mum let him out the basement for a night. No? Or does that just not happen? Is that fake news? Fake news. So the schedule on the Twitch channel is the current plan going forward. So I will say that. This week is still a bit more mixed up. I'm still not sure what... I know Monday we're going to be at least an hour late starting. At least an hour late. Tuesday will still be Pokopia Day. Wednesday will still be Radar. And Thursday will be something in Sword and Shield. I haven't quite decided yet. You still going for the Psyduck Master set? Did you look any deeper into the one I sent you in the DMs to get the specially made one? Or not? I think it's more a print, but I think, but voices and chat. How do I make the hot spring shower? Rocky Ridge. Pretty much. Go into where you found Graveler first time. Now there's actually a couple of ways. Put rose red tea in a pond. Have you put the shower up? Have you put the wooden stool next to the shower? But the water didn't go springy. Yeah. Try just moving... Try turning the shower on. See if that does it. The other thing I would say is head over to... I don't think you moved the habitat, did you, Huxley, in the main game? Right? In our Dream Island. I think it's still there, it's just no one lives there. Nope, it's still there. So if you were to go into the Cloud Island, if you go next to Huxley's first Psyduck, that is how to put it. That's the exact setup it should have. If that makes sense. That should trigger it. There's no reason why it's not. I don't know what could be causing the problem otherwise. Do I spit? Oh, you can't do it in normal water. Don't do it near nil. You have to have it over the spring water only. No, over the hot springs water only. That's where you went wrong. Okay. If you just want to get it to spawn, you can get it to spawn in rocky ridges. And then you can just home it somewhere properly afterwards. It should turn up pretty quickly in that hot springs, and it's easier to just put everything together there. If you don't want to just put it in the middle. Oh, it's a side request for Torchic. Okay. Then... I didn't even know that. I ignore Torchic, gonna be honest. I haven't done the side quests. I haven't actually switched Pokopia on for properly since our game. I went and looked at Pixel's tower, and that's it. I've lost a lot of my motivation. There we go. We said Pixel and she appeared. Hello, Pixel. How are we doing? Pixel Hendry today. You are good. No pain for now. That is good. That is good. Is there going to be lots of Pokopia today then? Or are you going to do your other games today? I know you did mention that. You're going to try and do a different session? Maybe a bit of the starter resets. I am good. We've got one shiny Togepi. That's it. That's pretty much the stream. We've got a shiny Togepi. I'm trying to get a few more. But so just for the example for Huxley and Bree, if I don't get another shiny, I can just close the game now and I can get back all of the bits I've got since catching the shiny that I'm using now, instead of then having to go and get another probable 150. Because you use up more repels when you're doing this. Or do we go and see if we can get a Golduck train going together? We do it at the walk so we get the drinks. Oh, and Spike is up to 111. They is the collaborator. But you can also follow along with Ben, who does do some marbles on stream. Usually has all the football scores coming in, so I'm sure you can go and laugh at today's 3 o'clock kickoffs when they all start pouring in. But if you can join in and see if you can beat the streamer at their own game. So you're going Subnautica, and Sunday is Greenleaf Pink Run. Good luck, good luck. Who is your team on the Pink Run? Or who is the planned team on the Pink Run? It's not good for a colourblind person to figure it out, so... No Golduck. How am I going to get Golduck for this? What can I do to pass time while I wait for your birthday? I guess it depends when your birthday is. So, no Pokemon. I need to catch Squirtle Shiny first. Okay. June. Okay, and good morning, Varys. I am doing good. How are you today? Is that when you're getting your Switch then? Is that why you were asking the Switch questions yesterday? Oh. And Varys is up to 98. Very nice. Very nice. I guess it depends. Do you have other gaming consoles you can play at the moment? Or games that you have? So, Squirtle? Oh, Squirtle, I guess. But you can follow the Pixel Princess, who has been doing a lot of Pokopia. A little bit of artwork, but is going to do a pink shiny challenge in Fire Red Leaf Green, but you may see some Subnautical today. If you want to see that, and the Pepsi Man, follow along with Pixel. You can't plug PS4 because the outlet near it was burnt out. Okay. Then I really don't know, to be honest. There is a skiddy in the chat, and Varys is grand. Very nice. We did get a Togepi in like an hour and a half already. And the chain somehow did not break, so we're going to keep going. I don't quite get how it didn't break. But I must have the shiny thing now. Will we get the special shiny thing? I don't know. I hope so. We're back to some jazzy Pokemon music, right? Everyone's after it. Will they all catch it? Or will they not? Oh, a rare gift for Rob and Tom. Rob got a Basculegion. Shiny. We got another shiny in the chat. That's 2 for you, I believe. I believe we've got you 2 shinies in this chat alone. So we're getting everyone else the shinies. GG. GG. Oh yes, Drick, I put the Togepi in the event if you wanted to tick it off. I thought I'd let you see it. You said do one that's index 2026, and we still need Togepi, so I did Togepi. So, there, it's safe. Oh dear. We are trying to be. We try to be. And Huxley picked this for the Scroll of Destiny, so I can tick it off the Scroll of Destiny as well. So you know my last 2 PCG Pokemon. I went on to Violet last night and got a shiny Tarantula and a random encounter. At least it's a good shiny, right? That's the key thing. It's one of my favourite shinies from Gen 9. Oh, we got the rare spawny thing. Just my first one, so I can't complain. When was that? Did they turn up overnight last night for you? There's a lot of ones beginning with S. And you got the shiny Pawmot. Wasted 24 minutes of the sandwich. GG. GG. Oh, with Tadbulb is on the list. Uh oh. You haven't planned it yet? That's where it's really good. There's so many options for Scarlet and Violet. It never feels like it's just 1 or 2. 3 days since the Tadbulb. 3 weeks since your Tarantula. I think for a bit of a challenge I would focus on trying to use Gen 9s. Only. I think you could have a bit of fun with that. Togekiss. I missed if a Togepi is on the scroll. Oops. Didn't realise. My bad. But what is going on? Why doesn't the game like you? Right. See, the story mode, the only options are what you want is to run, not like you need to be competitive. Yeah. Like, you can play it kind of how you want, right? That's where it's kind of fun. You can do whatever you want on it. I was a bit weird on my first run. I used a lot of the exclusives, but for some reason I just used Talonflame because there wasn't like an early root bird to pick. So we used Quaquaval. I'm pretty sure we used Quaquaval, Talonflame, Dashbun. What else did I think I used? But no worries, Pixel. Enjoy the bagel. I can't remember what else I would have used. And Cheerio is at 172. Very nice. Oh, sorry, JD. I saw yellow. I saw yellow. Your first run through, you had an oikalone. My bad. My bad. I don't think I used oikalone. I really don't know what I used first time, actually. Did I use anything new? I know, I took my time through it. I used Pormot, or Pormo. Skeletor, Tinkaton, Clodsa, Battybolt, Flamigo, and King Gambit. It should be a pretty good team. Should do pretty well. Should, yeah. All Gen 9 exclusives too. Yes. That goes back to when we were talking about the region lock we nearly did, where the idea was to only use Pokemon from a different region to complete the games in Nuzlocke form. And we died before we got to the first gym doing Kanto in Scala in Sword and Shield. So that went well. And we never went back to it. Never went back. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Flamigo is used in speedruns, isn't it? Tinkertown will be very good late game because there's Poison and Fairy. And there's also an Ice Gym, so it's going to become very good in the later battles. And, well, it depends on which Terra type you get, but it might be really good in the fighting star base as well. Yeah, touch speedrun. I don't think many people could agree where to start it, could they? From what I saw, people arguing, where do you start it? Do you start it from when the cutscene starts, or do you start it from the moment you get the starter? And because drama is always needed for something that's simple and fun, right? I get that. It's one of those that's quite interesting to see how people would speedrun it, to be honest. It's like there isn't a right or wrong way to play the game at the end of the day. I don't know if you need to beat Nemona to get into Masagoza either. If you don't need to beat her, then could it be the same as Alola? I feel like King Gambit is the only one which has one counter in the entire game. The Ghost Chim. The only thing that I would say is a bit worrisome about King Gambit is I'm pretty sure you don't get Bishop to like the 50s, do you? I think it's quite a really late evolution. It feels like Gambit's the only... Skeledirge will do okay if you get against that gym, because you can just terror it into fire as well. To start the battle, you can use Terra Fire. Who said you couldn't catch it in Outbreak? I don't know if you can. You go off scripts. Okay. It kind of also depends if you're playing by level caps or just casually playing it as well. Oh yeah, I also use Excalibur on my save. casually play. They spawn pretty easy, but I didn't think Bishop, you could get Bishop to lower level. That was more. And then to get it to evolve, you have to like beat 3 hordes, King Bishops with your Bishop. Which can be difficult if you're underleveled. It's not as strong in the second gym, I will say that. Can I get Clodsar? Yeah, you can get Wooper in the first proper. I don't know if you'll get Clodsar, but you'll have Wooper. For sure. I don't know what level it evolves. Clodsar will probably be better for the second gym than Skeledirge. Yeah, but that Pseudo-Wudo is a bit of a menace. I will say that. Pseudo-Wudo can ruin a Nuzlocke. I would say that much. Isn't Terra... Terra's into grass, yes, but it has Sturdy and a rock move. So if you're trying Flying or Bug, you get obliterated pretty quickly. Bidder on the finish the game was 5 hours 20. Okay. And definition of finishing the game, seeing the end credits, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Pseudo-Wudo has Sturdy. Yeah, that's what I mean. The most the speedrunners went and got a Flamigo and used Flamigo to speedrun. Yeah, it can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's by the pond in the first area as well. You can get... I'm not sure if you can get Pornard there, but you can get both Wooper and Flamigo before you even get into the gym, to the first area. Before you even get to Messagoza. So that is good. I've never actually properly used Flamigo, because I think I heard it was broken and then I didn't want to use it. Yeah, just explore, see what's there. You'll find most of them pretty easy. It's one of the best, like, a lot of people can criticize them, but Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet let you have the most enjoyment of building a team to use very early. I think would be the best way to put it. Like this game, for example, is pretty horrible for the first gym. You get about 6 or 7 encounters, and that's it. Maybe a bit more, and that's all you can have for the first gym, but those 2 games, you get so much you can learn. So that is the fun part of it. And that is a Cosmic. And a coffin in the chat. Cosmic is coughing in the chat. Let's catch it. How are we? I am good. How are you, Cosmic? For the switch to fastest time is 4:46. Okay. How do I get Violet exclusives without NSO? I think you can trade in from home. So what you would do is you would take one of the exclusives from your Scarlet save, put it into home, and in, like what I said, there's trade codes people use. So see what the partner is for it, and then search what people are trying to trade, if that makes sense. So if you get Great Tusk, somebody's probably looking for Iron Treads, if that makes sense. So that's how you can do it that way. You can trade that. Trade code, no. This is, the trade codes are designed so you know what ones are matching up. If you do it, you can do it in person without online. You can do it through Bluetooth or whatever it's called, local connection. You don't need the NSO. But you can follow along with Cosmic, the Rowlet, who is been shiny hunting in Generation 4. He has got a few of the legendaries already, but he's got a few more to get. He's having a little bit of a hiatus, but hopefully he'll be back soon, and we can see him get all the rest of the shinies and get a tiny bit excited, shall we say. But at the moment he is grinding his way up to become a champion fighter. He has Violet. Let's go Eevee and Shield. Okay, continuing Scarlet. Tiny bit excited, yeah, a tiny bit. And he might also be Kitty's son, right? What's next after Cloth? I believe the gyms in not 100% order go Bug, Cloth, Grass, Gym. Then it is the Dark Base, the Bombardier. Then I think it's Fire Base or Iona. So Electric. So that's sort of like your early game ones. He is Kitty's son. Cloth is also not a bad one to use if you get the right ability on it. It can be very fun. So I think it gets the one that can't take crits. Let's see. Would it be deemed cheating to use Precord Flamigo Hypertrained? Probably, yes. Can I get Tinkerton before? You can get the Tinkertink before the Bug Gym. Like, you can get quite a lot very early. As I was saying, like, it is the great thing about Sword and Shield and Scarlet Violet. There is, like, if you were to look at how to do a Professor Oak's challenge in either of them, you can get nearly 380 or something crazy on Scarlet and Violet out of the 400 before the first gym. Because if not, I can do Switch 1 speedrun in 4 hours 20. I guess people would say it would be cheating because you haven't caught it. That's the thing. And then you've got to also balance in, would it listen to you if you got a bit too high a level as well? And do you want that in the game that you're playing? So Tinkertink Flamigo can defeat both Dark Battles. Be careful with the Tinkertink. I would say, and be careful that the Bombardier is flying, so that would not be great for... Iona is the hardest gym trainer in the game. By a long way. She will destroy your mentality. 100%. It has Levitate, Mismagius, yes. It's way too strong to have that early. It's got no weakness. Unless... I found it easier than Rhyme. Rhyme's the doubles one, isn't it? It's more, I'm not very good at preparing for it. Every time I do the Iona battle, I stupidly put a ground type first. And our starter is always the Wattrel. And I know it's Wattrel and I still put a ground type first. So I always struggle. Like, the Belly Bolt is easy enough to deal with, and so is the... Is it Luxio she has? I think, not Luxray. They're easy enough to deal with, but the Mismagius is just torments you. Torments me so much. If you can get the move smack down, it'll be a lot easier. I will say that. The thing is, Clodsire will be good defensively, but it's still going to get hurt by Hex, and the chances are she's going to try and do that first. Is there an ability where every type move can be absorbed, or just there is Lightning Rod, I think. There's Water Absorb, Sap Sipper. So there's a couple. I'm pretty sure like the Gastrodon line can learn water absorb. Sap Sipper is on Girafarig, usually. And I think... I want to say Skidoo could have it and Go-Goat. But you're not going to use a grass move on a grass type. And Lightning Rod is what we use in DAs quite a lot for things like Raichu. If I can teach Clodsire a rock move, can it carry? It could do a good job. Smackdown would be your dream scenario, because if it can learn Smackdown, it can actually get rid of Levitate, I believe. I'm assuming you can make things hit the ground, basically. That's how you can hit bird types with ground moves. I'm assuming it would work on Levitate too. So, yeah. That would be my assumption. Mr. Astro wants to know what the massive structure is. Background of stuff. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Someone built it, and I don't know who. It's been there for like a month now. Making some fries in the air fryer. We could have some fries, can't we, Cosway? It does, because there's a brick break. I use rock move on levitates. Right it went fell. Okay. Oh, in our Cloud Island. We got a Cloud Island. It's just boring to destroy it, if I'm honest. It's just going to take too long to destroy it, because you can't roly-poly it. It's going to have to be Magnemite all the way along. What's after Iona? I think it's the Fire Star base. So it's a Torkoal with clear smog that you can't set up on. You're still on Bleak Beach. I haven't been back there in a while. But yeah, after that, Clodsire should be good in that one, yes. Just always be careful of the Varooms. I always find them misleadingly difficult at the beginning, because they are the type of star base, they're not still poison. Okay, that makes it. I think I was doing that for Bleak Beach, but I just got a bit bored of how long it took to make houses. I said before, the thing that really put me off really putting in as much time into Pokopia is the pre-built limit on maps. It really frustrated me. I'm pretty sure it's Earthworm next. Yeah, the painting also gets frustrating. Yep, Skeledirge should be pretty good there. Just don't use a ground move on it. Whatever you do, do not use a ground move on it. And Flamigo should be good. Then I think it might be the poison base. After that. I like soloing that with a Bronzong. But that's a me thing. It should be okay, but you'll be taking chip damage against everything because you are quite slow. And the Muck has a ground move. So be careful of that. So if you've taken some chip damage, you might not get as much done as you want. The silly thing to say is, if you're going to run Tinkaton, or whichever evolution line is actually going to be really good there. Because it can't get hit by the poison move. So if you can set that up. Where can I get that? You can get Belly Bolt on the way to Iona's easily. It's near most water sources. I think it's on the way to Bombardier as well. Hokopia will never get boring or annoying, addicted, but I get you. If you're not a builder and you get limit, yeah, I wanted to do a lot more decorating around and then know where all the Pokemon were, if that makes sense. Like, I could manually build it all, but I'm finding it a bit frustrating to get the stuff together as well at times. That was a really bad place to press that button. So I need to do some pretty things for a while. Belly Bolt should be fine, yes. So I do black and red with sparkling effects. Very nice, very nice. My Bleak Beach, I literally just started putting houses up. I put the skyline houses along the gate to the skyline area, if that makes sense. Because they actually look quite good in that town, from what I saw. I did start doing cottages. For me, is you can't spawn some Pokemon because story block. Yes. That's why I really, really wanted to do a Cloud Island that was completely mine. What if I give Clotta a break from the Earthworm fight and send out Bellybolt? You don't want to be using ground moves on the Earthworm. I will say that much. You won't get very far. It has Earth Eater. You can use electric, yes, but I would just use fire or fighting. If you're taking Flamigo, you can have a big fighting move. You're going to have Skeledirge. That's all you need. Those two will be fine. But just don't use a ground move, whatever you do. Yeah, if you were to do like a full-blown Cloud Island, everything can spawn on there as far as I'm aware. Which is why I wanted to do that. I wish there was an offline default world that's randomized. Yeah, Skeledirge and Flamigo will deal with that with no problem. Earthworm is probably one of the easier of the Titans, because you're now at the stage where you get hard-hitting moves. You need to start Pallet Town because they're exclusive spawns there, aren't they? Yes. I'm pretty sure at least the whole evolution line. Who's after Kofu? I think Larry. Put them in the bin. And I think even Pikachu's exclusive to Pallet Town. And Rowlet. I think Scizor is. But I have to switch my Staraptor. You should be fine. It'll be a normal type Staraptor. If you're not doing it as a Nuzlocke. You had Pikachu? Okay, fair enough. I knew Pichu was there. I didn't know Pikachu was there. I get so confused because I've done a couple of mixed saves at the moment. Yeah, Cramorant is also... I think Machop and Geodude are as well exclusives there. But there is a Gligar in the chat. Then my Team Star member. I don't think you do. Team Star are like the last two you do. You do all the gyms pretty much. After Kofu, you do Larry. Then, I can't remember the exact order, but they're all in and around the 40s of the Rhyme Double Battle, the You'll Be Great Tusk, the Psychic Gym, I know two are on the same level. Rhyme is Ghost, but it's a double battle. So just be aware of that. Did the teams that asked the gyms and left the Titans for last, hoping Godzilla would handle? Yeah. The Titans are not too bad. Oh, and there is a Skorupi in the chat. Oh. Oh, and there is a Mr. Solar with 60 badges. Welcome in, Mr. Solar. 60 badges means you do get to pick a shiny for the scroll, if you want. It is up to you, purely up to you. Solarino. Do I get bonus points because Togepi is technically an egg? I don't... I thought Bishop evolved in like the 50s. If I'm honest. Maybe I might be wrong there. If you could get it... It is one where you might have to do a little bit of research. And they can carry. Against the Psychic Gym, yes. Ghost Gym, your Skeledirge will be fire type, so Terror it. Get rid of that. But you can follow along with Mr. Solar Cypher, the creator of the premium shiny hunting card game on Twitch, which involves him opening some packs, getting some shinies together for Booster Thursday. We usually do some of that on the Friday, but elsewhere he has also decided to become a bird keeper and try to get a shiny Zapdos. I don't believe it has appeared yet. It is being a very stubborn Zapdos, let's put it that way. But you might be able to dance and sing on a Saturday as well. What's after the Psychic Gym? I think it's then the Fairy, Fighting, and False Dragon. We can add Drillbur back to it. Like, there's so many games Drillbur is in. I got a bit carried away and I've made this as well. So if you ever want to see what is on the list of Destiny, or what we've caught, I've made a collection on shiny decks. Fairy, Clodsar, Fighting, Flamigo. Yeah. And if you're carrying Tinkertink, it should be able to handle both as well. So that's true. Are we really going to go longer on this Togepi than we are on the last Togepi? Is that the thing that's going to happen? It depends what your Terra will be. If you can get the Fairy Terra one, you'll be fine. You can just Fairy it, but it will be... It's not the safest thing to use, because I'm pretty sure they start with a Toxicroak. And they also have a Lucario. But for like a Fairy backup for the car, you should be fine. It'll probably be neutral against fighting, because it's Fairy still. So that's the bit to be careful of. Like you could... that's what I used. I used Espathra first time. And Espathra can be kind of broken. But yeah, Flamigo should be good as well. Then Tinkertink for Varoom. Great Tusk. Great Tusk is sort of way before that. Great Tusk is, I think it's on a level par with the Psychic Gym. So it's about level 46-ish, give or take. These last two Team Star are usually mid-50s to 60. It should be pretty comfortable with it, yes. And the Dondozo you might struggle with, but you've got Tink for the Tatsugiri, so you might be alright with some fairy moves. And you've got your Belly Bolt as well. You'll probably want the Tink for the Tatsugiri, Belly Bolt for the Dondozo, but remember it is a tank. It is an absolute tank. So it's not like the most difficult, but the thing is, when you play it, you might find something that's really interesting to use. Like, I think the other one I used was Tauros first time round. The Professor Battle, yeah, that depends on what you picked as your starter as well. It's like the only one that has a different team depending on your starter, which is kind of disappointing. So he will have Quackwavel. It's busted in Champions. Maybe I should be using Tauros then. Maybe I should. No. I think we're done with Champions now. Anyone here play Champions? Anger Point? Okay. Not yet. That's much, much later. You've got to face the principal first. Then you have to do Eevee, or the Eevee Girl, Arven, and the Elite Four, and Nimona before you go into the Paradox battles. There's a lot to it. There's a lot. Like Clive's the only one that has a different team depending on what you picked of all of the trainers. So I'm pretty sure he won't have Gyarados. Just be careful of the Oranguru. He likes to put you to sleep at the start. That's a guarantee. You'll always face Oranguru. The mouse mode is making light work of the runway. Oh, someone actually found mouse mode effective on the Switch. I personally, I think someone put it there because they were sick and tired of having to collect that black rock. Because that's all you ever find. No Hitmonchan. Okay. Wait, I did actually press the button. Okay. There's mouse. Yeah, it was in there. It's just where most people don't really like the flimsiness of the mouse or the design of the mouse. They don't use it. I think that's what I've seen. Wait, does Sing affect Skeledirge? Sing? What do you mean Sing? Maybe I can send you a picture of the team. You just want to beat Koki. That's what it is. It has Hypnosis, I think. No, it has Yawn, which is usually worse to deal with. But it has Foul Play. Pretty sure it's Foul Play, Yawn, Light Screen, and a Psychic move. But I'm not completely. I don't know how much it'll affect you. Like, I probably wouldn't start with Skeledirge because the ghost moves won't hit Oranguru. If you're going to run King Gambit against it. Get rid of it quickly. And then swap out the King Gambit. There we go. That should work still. I don't know if I made a champions page in the Discord because I think pretty much only Mr. Astro is playing it. The silly thing was I was going to do a challenge on it. But then we didn't really like it too much. So Nemona has Lycanroc, Pawmot, which get countered by Clodsire, Masquerado countered by Skeledirge, and the Dunsparce countered by that. Pretty much. Remember to watch out for the Goodra as well. But it's not the most difficult the Nemona fight. Especially if you're taking Skeledirge, the cat can't charge up. Nemona's scary if she has the Skeledirge and you don't get rid of it quickly, because then Torch Song will become very powerful. But also remember you will want to not Terra instantly, because Lycanroc will have rock moves, so you want to take a bit out of all of your weaknesses by keeping your ghost form. But then you probably don't want Skeledirge for that, do you? Clodsire, Earthquake, probably, yeah. Like, it's a pretty easy battle, Nemona. As we say, her team doesn't change, apart from the actual starter she took. That's the thing with Nemona. That's why I was always disappointed with Nemona. They don't really give her a team that evolves to defeat yours. Which is why I kind of stick up for Hop a little bit more, because they designed Hop to change his team around. Thank you. We've got one shiny so far. Hopefully you are good. Just the one so far. This one is nearly taken as long. Wally is the Rolt one, right? From Hoenn. The only reason I don't think Hop is a good rival. I like the fact that they actually programmed Hop to test different teams. If that makes sense. But Gary only had 150 Pokemon to pick from. I think that's the thing. But at least with Gary, he has a team that is more rounded, who counter you. So if you take the grass type, there's a rotation of what they have, which is what I meant by it. Nemona doesn't do that. They're the rivals I like, the ones that will have a different team depending on what their starter is. Nemona's a bit rubbish for that. But I think Hop uses the most different Pokemon of any rival to try and find a way around you. So when you go to Stone's Eye, he tries out Sandaconda and Cramorant differently. He hadn't used them before. I know it's the only time he uses them. And then I think he tries Trevenant a bit later. There is an evolution to him, apart from the shape, and eventually the Snorlax, I think. Pretty much. Oh, we have a Volby in the chat. If you would like a Volby, try to catch. Let's see if it is there. Volby. Get it, get it. Done. Surely I must have the special shiny charm thing now, right? Prediction on how many eggs we get. Then was Clive, Nemona, then Hustori. There's a little bit of the penny thing, so you've got to take on the evolutions. You've got to fight 6 evolutions, and Arven. But you've also got to have done the Elite Four, which you've got the Steel type, Dragon type, Flying type, Ground type, I think it is, and the Champion before the Nemonavite as well. And don't be too confident that everything is as weak as it sounds. That's the best thing I can tell you. A few have items as well, so they can counter a bit. Not much, but enough to make it difficult. We got just catches. No shinies, no eggs, no stones. Just a casual day. Shall we see if my thing hatched? I should have had an egg on. If this is hatched, then I must have the shiny charm. It is a Pelipper. Okay. That was my dragon egg. But we'll see how it goes. It feels like I've been doing this for so long. Glaceon, Leafeon, Espeon, get taken care of by Skeleton, Clodsarf, Flareon, Jolteon, Think for Umbreon, Vaporeon, and Bellybolt, who counters so bad. She doesn't have all 6, I've forgotten. I don't think she has Glaceon and Leafeon. She has the rest. I think. I can't remember. She only has 6. I'm pretty sure the Sylveon is her ace. I think. But I can't be 100% sure. They have a lot of stalling stuff, so watch out for baby doe eyes, which will lower your attacks. Pretty much every single one has that. But it shouldn't be too hard. Arven is not terrible to go against. I think her ace is Sylveon, I really can't remember. I'm pretty sure she starts with Umbreon though. But it's been so long since I've fought her because she's never usually too much of a problem. To be honest. She's more of an afterthought, shall we say. I thought Arven was harder than Penny. Penny's music is great. Yeah, Arven can be difficult because there's a lot of misleading moves on his Pokemon, shall we say. We forgot the Ice Gem. It's not as safe as you think, but it should do well. You've got Tink as a backup. There's a lot of ground moves and water moves, I believe, on that team. Pretty sure one has Earthquake. I believe. Again, it depends on your Terra. If you've got Terra Poison, it's not terrible. They can still do some stalling. For how to deal with Toadscrew and underleveled. Yeah. And then you think, oh, we'll just take a fighting type into my Bostive, and it's got like Play Rough and it hits like a tank. Dealing with the Garganackle can be difficult too. And the Greedent can be difficult as well. Because it does just spam Body Slam, I think. It's not as easy as you think, the Arven one. Arven is... because Arven actually has a actual proper team, not just 4 of the same type. He has 6 different. You will get an idea of what Arven's team is just because he uses them when you fight them all. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Venno. How was your stream? Welcome to our Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex Challenge, where we are trying to build everything from scratch on the Switch 2. Today we went with Radar in Togepi. We've got one. But how was your stream? We also do a little bit in Arceus DA. We are starting some big project in Sword and Shield soon as well. And Spike is cashing in his ticket. 9 or 10 grand, say. Not too bad. Not too bad. But you can also follow along with Anna. I'm assuming you were doing some BDSP maybe? But thank you for the raid, and hopefully everyone will enjoy a little bit of shiny hunting with us. At the moment, we're trying to help build the best outcome for a Scarlet and Violet run for Michael here. Trying to remember the order of the teams and everything. Talking champions and other things like that. You're currently doing a shiny dark type only challenge running Brilliant Diamond, so hunting Murkrow, nice. Nice. I can't remember what else would be good to get for the shinies in that. What other dark types are early game? Phase 2 times so far. No, that's no good. That's no good. Have you treated yourself to radar to do it, or are you going to go full blown OG style? So we know that it can be done, but you can get radar pretty early, but I guess money is the problem early game. But 2 phases, what were the phases? Which you can get radar before. Yeah, if you put in a national dex, you can get it before the second gym. Well, if you basically give yourself the Sinnoh dex from home, you can get it before that and start doing radar. Professor fight before the Elite Four. No, the Professor fight is the end credit scene. But yeah, that's what we've been doing. Won't be doing that. Only catching my team of 6 shiny dark types. Fair enough. Fair enough. I get that. Do you know what your planned team will be? I'm assuming probably Drapion. Horse Crow. I don't actually know if you can catch many of the Paradox Mons. But if you've got all the way through the story, it would be nice to finish it with the team you've done most of the run with, I would say. That would be the best one. I'm just trying to remember what else is a dark type. I guess maybe Spiritomb? Are we going to brave the Spiritomb shiny hunt? Sneasel, Weavile. I should know this. We did old Stunky and Stuntank. Drapion. No, Drapion is poison and dark. Skorupi is bug poison, but it evolves into a poison dark type. Stunky will be fun, for sure. Would be cool. It would, if they ever let us get it again, right? If they ever let us get it again. Usually we only do radar on a Wednesday. Team going is Hunchcrow, Houndoom, Stuntank, Spiritomb, Shark, and Weavile. Very nice. Very nice. I wish you good luck. I guess, is Houndoom easy to get? Or is it underground only? What about Umbreon? There is the option of an Umbreon, but isn't Eevee's quite hard to get? If I'm not mistaken. I think Eevee is Trophy Garden only, if I'm not mistaken. Houndoom is the underground only, which is going to be a pain. Get the baby. Pixel wants you to get the Houndoom. What's wrong with this Togepi baby? Yeah, that one is going to be a bit annoying to go for. But it'll be good once you get it. It'll be very tanky. And I don't have a clue how to really do the underground properly. We were trying to learn it the other day. It didn't get very far. But we only really play this game once a week. But Saturday has fallen into a weird day where I'm trying to do a bit of a crazy challenge in May. I had a spare spot. Absol, that is also something in there, underground. But I imagine they don't want to do too much in the underground. Because that is a lot harder to do. I can't remember if it might be National Dex. Yeah. That might be. It's because I put the National Dex in, so I always forget what is and isn't. Take the doggo for a run, then some lunch. Have a good rest of your day, Huxley. Thank you for being here. We'll be back for DAs tomorrow. But make sure the dog gets the walk that it needs. Hopefully we can get a second. It would be nice. Have a good stream. Thank you, and thank you for the raid. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day, whichever time zone you're in. I don't know which one you are in, so hopefully. We do DAs on a Sunday, yes. A little hangover going to a 49th party. Fair enough. That's usually home by 8 o'clock, right? No? That's what we would do. I was asking what DAs are. Oh, Dynamax Adventures in Sword and Shield. Where, yeah, we love a good DA. I have to get the legendary somehow, right? For Scarlet and Violet Order, I tried to make a storyline out to explain why certain things, certain time, since the levels make you do some flip-flops around the map. Yes, I get that. Didn't know them by now. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We've done quite a lot of them over the last year or so of doing this little adventure in the streaming universe. So I enjoy doing them. Very possible to get them all to level 100 before the E4. It probably is. It probably isn't as fun, but you probably could do it. I don't really know what the target will be this week in DAs. Maybe some Blacephalon. But it also depends what's happening in the Shiny League, because we try to focus on a target that I could get in the Shiny League, but we'll open up. And complete most of the Pokédex before going into the battles. That is an option, yes. Then you get all your rewards as well, like your special candies, stones, etc. If you are getting the DLC, you can also visit Kitakami early. Do the Kitakami, maybe do a run with Ogerpon on the team. You can get an Ogerpon at level 20. You'll need to be about level 40 to deal with it, but you can get an Ogerpon at level 20. Not the DLC this year? Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Little by little, right? Yeah, we've done quite a lot. We've done quite a lot. But I would like to get... You've got to get the device and a few games. Yes. Yeah. I get that. There is a Finian in the chat. If you would like a Finian, let's see if we can get a shiny. Like another one. Chat's had 2 shinies so far today. So that has been good. And Jetty is out of balls. So everyone's going for it. Can we get this the 3rd shiny off the stream? That's the question. No. There we go. There we go. We got Elites and Tom another shiny, so hopefully we get someone else one. Now I'm getting to the stage where I think I might try and push this chain. Like we say, there's like a time limit where you start pushing the chain, and I think this is it. So we'll go for it. As we say, Radar is kind of difficult to stream at times. So we like to focus on Making sure we have the 17 to keep it going. Goes for ground. Flamigo is there for support. Which battle are we on again now? Still we throw Belly Bolt and Skeledirge. Ground. If you can get a good grass move, it can also help. Grass or water moves. But be careful, I think he's got a Clodsire with Water Absorb as his ace. You don't necessarily need a grass thing, but I believe the first thing they've got is a Wishcash. So Wishcash, quite weak to grass. Not a bad thing to have set up. Still ground counter for each, right? Still for... What would you use still for? Still is not too great in the Elite Four. No, Still's weak to ground. Right, so I'm going to actually reset that one. Ground is weak to Still. No. No, ground is not weak to Still. Rock's weak to Still, but ground isn't. Yeah, it's that way around. What if Flamingo rage baits? What if your face... But ground, like Belly Bolt, is weak. I'm trying to think what you've got. Again, it can depend on your... you really want to get something that will just be able to use a water or grass move on them, because that's the only thing that's like good against ground. Even if you just get like a basic move for one battle, like I've forgotten what his team is. I think it's a Doug trio, so you don't have to worry about it being like hard, like too good of effect. Like Doug trio is very weak. Wishcash obviously is quad weak to the grass. The water's not great against the Clodsire because I think it's water absorb, so it will not touch it. So you do have to be a bit careful on those sides of things. Oh, that broke it. Okay. Oh, that broke it. We got the 24. So we did get one shiny Togepi. We got the big show. We're not going to finish it. We're going to go and do something else quickly for a little bit of time. We're just going to change the hunt. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Where did it go? There it is. Right. That's now on pause. Okay, we'll pin this. And go here. Who can learn a grass move on your team? I don't completely know, if I'm honest. Yes, we will go for Arceus for a little bit. Not going to do too many. But we have Arceus set up for a reason. So that is a little bit of a plan. And look how easy it was. It's almost like we had this prepared. It's sort of my backup when I do radar. Yeah, pretty much. Do research real quick. Okay. The best thing is to sort of type in the grass moves and see who learns it. Well, Mrs. Astro had some lunch. I added the newest part to the tower. Oh. Is it a runway? Is it a runway? I don't know. No, but I got rid of that. Thank you, Mr. Astro. I honestly don't know who built it. I thought it was something to do with your tower. Like, the only other person I think that does much building on it is probably Jim. I just hope that it hasn't completely destroyed and showered my log cabin in Blackrock. That's the annoying thing. I do wish they would put the Minecraft feature in where if you've got it. Okay, so that could work out really good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But that should despawn. I don't know yet. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's a bit like my Moltres shrine area has that same problem. I thought it would just delete it all, but it didn't, and it spawned inside the Moltres shrine, which is really annoying. So Trailblaze could work, but you've also got to be slightly worried that you would be weak to the ground move. It also depends what your Terra is again. A lot of Scarlet Violet is depending on your Terra. I wouldn't go for Solar Beam because it's 2-turn move. So you would first of all have to set up the sun. And I'm pretty sure 2 of the ground types can or do have Sandstorm or... I see Bomb could work, but remember you are a special attacker. But you don't want to be going in too early with Skeledirge. I need an ice move for Clodsire. You could go with ice as well, yeah. I knew there was something else. Ice is going to be very critical for the Elite Four, actually, because you've got Flying and Dragon. So if you can get some ice moves on something, that will be massive. But that would be for the whole thing. Like 3 of the 4 are going to be ice is very good against. So then that's where people pivoted and used Baxcalibur. If it does get an ice move, it'll be something like Icy Wind at best. Your research? Like the other option is to maybe go with a Satoddle for the Elite Four. Or Titan, even. They are options. Because they literally, Tinkerton learns Ice Hammer. Okay, but remember Tinkerton will be a bit weak to the ground. And if you poison Terra, it could be weak to the poison. So it can hit, but it might get hurt a lot as well. That's a breeding. I'm pretty sure that's how I get it. I need Flamigo to learn some moves. Yeah, I think Ice is probably your best bet for that battle, for the whole Elite Four. Like, the only one Ice is terrible against is the Still person. Because the Flying type has a Tropius, and then obviously the Dragon person's got like 3 things that are quad weak to Ice, and you don't want to use Skeledirge against the Ice Dragon. So I'm pretty sure it's got the thing that charges it up or something. It could learn, or you could go with that then. That, if it learns it, that might be why Flamigo is used to solo. Like, you can, if it can learn that and it can hit it, you probably could solo the Elite Four with a Flamigo. That is an option. I might only do like 10 of these, so just to get to 200, right? But yeah, it's been a very successful day today, I think. We got one radar shiny, so I'm very happy to get one. I think the key thing to do is not be too locked into a set team and sort of be prepared to rotate the team around a bit. See what you can do with the team. That's the big thing. Because there's so much you can do. And it's not too difficult to level everything up. If it dies after the ground fight, I can use Tink Tink for the dragon. You can do as well. I mean, you can heal in between battles, so it's not the end of the world. You can actually change your team in between battles in the Elite Four. So it's not too bad. Yeah, you can't leave, but you can do, like, put all your full restores, revives. You'll pick up so much. I couldn't do that on Brick Bronze. I don't know what Brick Bronze is. To be honest. Probably just a custom game. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, it's one of the few games where you can actually have access to your box in the middle of the Elite Four. So a bit like in this game, for an example, I can... Not that page, but doesn't matter. Updated all the sub badges, yes. So no longer with all the sizes. That's good, that's good. So you can basically go into this box when you're playing the game after each battle. Yeah, you can just build like a box of 20 and just take them all in and rotate. And then use revives and everything before you go in. So this is number 200. This will be the last one of the day. It is a slightly shorter day today. But never mind, never mind. I could just get a bunch of fire types for steel. Fire, ground, fighting. Your steel's probably the easiest one to deal with. To be honest. A bunch of grass for the ice. And ice, yeah. And dragon fairy ice, yeah. And level them all up. Like, you can do it pretty easily. Good time, yes, it is. We got a Togepi, but I broke the chain, so instead of trying to build another chain, I do a little bit of this. 2 pictures, both. So yeah, this is sort of my backup. I wanted to I managed to keep the chain going, but I thought, you know what? I get to, when you do radar, as you probably know yourself, if you want to switch the console off, which I do between streams, I can't keep the chain going, so I try and push it as far as we can. And we broke it at like 24. We did try and go for like we did another hour and a half on 18, but we didn't get enough one, so we went to push it. If it breaks, I come and do Arceus for a little bit. And after that, then we end, which is going to be pretty much now. And we'll be back for Dynamax Adventures tomorrow. So let's see where we're going. I think we know where we'll go today, because we haven't been there for a while. Let's see. Let's just have a quick look, see who is online. Shall we go? We'll go and pester the mod, right? We'll go over this way. We'll go and raid into Bree today. She is doing a co-stream with Bradlow, and they're both doing starter resets. So we'll see who wins. If you would like to follow the raid message, you can. We're going to just see what happens with this spawn, see if we get a shiny to end the stream. And as they will be back tomorrow with Dynamax Adventures, I'm sure we'll find something we need. We've got a few. And again, I am also going to build a Dynamax Adventure living deck. So everything you can get in a Dynamax Adventure, I'm going to go for the shiny. In DA. No worries. We're quite happy to go through runs on there. But also thank you to Veno for the raid. We had a couple of new follows, plenty of badges. We got Sean a shiny. There we go, Sean. Ended with a shiny figure. Perfect. Perfect. I don't know if Sean's gone, but but yes, congratulations, Sean. But yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your day. DA's tomorrow. Thank you everyone for being here, and I will say goodbye and have a nice day.